afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching from. I'm hoping that you enjoyed our sunrise safari. Definitely some nice things that you guys have picked up this morning. But yes, my name is Cedric Dold, and I am going to be your naturalist on the dam cam here at Escape to Nature. And I'm looking forward to showing you a lot of interesting things around on these dam cams. I know that we've got Okaukue'u and we've got Djuma down at the moment. But yeah, what a wonderful way to start, looking at all these beautiful wildebeest, springbuck, zebras coming down to have a nice drink. It's always nice to have a different outlook on different areas and all that, of course coming from Djuma now, and it's nice just to take a look at some of these dams that we do have around here in the Southern African area. Of course Okaukue'u up there in Namibia, and of course Djuma Dam at Djuma in the Sabi Sands. So yes, it definitely looks like a nice early morning drink for a lot of these animals. It absolutely looks like it's a perfect day up there in Namibia. But yeah, talking about the perfect day, let's see what the weather is like around today. Yes, definitely. It seems like it is going to be quite a warm day at Okaukue'u. You can see how these animals, all the different species, are coming down for the early morning drink. And even the zebra, the springbuck, they're already almost knee deep in the water. Perfect for them. Oh, something gave him a bit of fright there. Tasha, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are watching from. Thank you so much. Yes, it's nice to just take as I say, a different point of view on other areas around here. So it's nice just to take a look how Okaukue'u looks like. It's nice to see the different species coming through. So yes, definitely it is. I'm excited for this, and you never know. Maybe I'm even going to be lucky. Maybe I know Ben had tracks off at Lalamba around on central Drakensberg area, and it looks quite cool over there in the Djuma side. So you never know. Maybe I'm lucky I'll get old Lalamba, that beautiful female leopard coming through to the dam itself. You can imagine that. I would be very stoked for that one this morning. But so far, I'm just really enjoying it. We did have some giraffe coming down here as well at Okaukue'u not too long ago. And I'm just going to try and scan the area, but it is quite a beautiful setting. I love it. And definitely typical when it comes to animals coming down to drink. Many times you'll find them really congregating together, and just for safety for all of them, because there's more eyes and ears and noses to look out for any danger that is going to be approaching them. But it's such an open clearing here at Okaukue'u. I'm sure these animals can pretty much see pretty well, and you can see if anything is approaching them from quite a distance. I am going to look around. Darren, so how many liters can a zebra drink? So he was at zebras. Did you talk about zebras? Zebras. Darren, I'm not too sure how many liters. Well, they can have a good drink. I mean, they don't spend as much time at the water holes, if you think about it, like elephants, for instance. I mean, elephants, they do rely way more on water compared to like zebras now. But also the huge size of the elephant as well. So, I mean, they can drink up to around about, maybe 25 to 30 liters at a time. Usually almost 70 liters per day. But zebras now, I'm not too sure. Maybe a litre or something like that. I'm not too sure on the litres. But yeah, as you can see, they didn't spend much time there. They were there for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You can see they are just moving away. But a lot of red-billed aquilias as well, yes. So definitely a lot of them around, and I know that also sometimes towards the Greater Kruger Park, or even inside the Kruger Park this time of the year, There is so many red-billed aquilias, and they're all nesting very, very close to one another. It can be quite amazing when they do fly. It almost sometimes looks like a cloud, and all fly together in all synchronized flying. But not a single cloud in the sky. Unbelievable. And it looks like we got a lonely male gemsbok that's just moving away from the water area. And also one of the most prettiest antelopes that we do have, with those straight horns. So just moving away into the distance there. But more blue wildebeest coming down. Wow, there's so many of them. And if comparing this now to Djuma's numbers on wildebeest, it's definitely quite phenomenal here at Okaukuejo. I wonder if Okaukuejo had, or Namibia, so I'm sure, I think they had rain not too long ago. I just have to double check on that. I always just love watching these wildebeest. It's amazing sometimes how many there can be in a herd. And sometimes when these females and the young ones all moving through the area, it's really phenomenal. And it's nice to see as well, like you look at sometimes there at on Djuma itself on quarantine, you always get that lonely male. So of course your males are more the territorial side of things, where your females, they will move through. And of course, if the male's got a beautiful area, nice grazing ground, nice some water sources around the area, you'll find that the females will tend to hang around a little bit longer in the male's territory. But for now, yeah, I think they're just coming down for a good old drink. I think maybe a little bit further in, you'll find that there'll be more kind of territorial patches around for the bulls. Martin, I'm not too sure if they're very much not black. I think it's more of a brownish color, and then you'll have like typical the way they call them the brindle. So you'll have these stripes, beautiful little stripes that's running down, just like the zebras. So you'll have like a very kind of a light, dark light shading coming from their necks and going towards their front quarters, but not really black at all. If you think the whole idea for that is the same as your zebras. So with the whole dark light shading, It's usually for on hot days when it's like scorching hot, 35, 40, 45 degrees Celsius. Fahrenheit, it could be up to about 100, 105 degrees Fahrenheit. That does help them, so they don't want to be too dark. So what happens is, like, the black or the dark areas will absorb the sunlight, and of course the white will reflect the sunlight. So with that different little bit of shading on their body itself, it actually creates a lovely wind thermal to keep themselves nice and cool on these open clearings. But yeah, I don't see too much of the black colors inside of on the wildebeest. I'll say more like maybe you'll call it like a gunmetal grey to the coloration, not really that black. Maybe on the face, if you see on the face, on the snout or just above the nose itself, you'll find that might be the darkest area on the wildebeest, and as well with the mane running along the back itself. But the rest of the body, it's just more kind of a brownish to a greyish colour. And then of course just having a little bit of those shadings between them. Sorry, DE, I did not copy that. Sheila, there's no really purpose for the bump on their back. I think the whole thing is because the wildebeest is really shaped from being really tall. The front legs is really tall, so much longer compared to your hind legs, just for, of course, covering distance. So I think it's more that's just the shoulders that's really protruding, like the shoulder blades. But it's almost like if you think about a hyena as well. So hyenas also got pretty much that real kind of shape and coming down from tall to much shorter to the back end, just to cover great distances. So I think it's just more the shoulders that's coming and protruding on top there as well. Maybe it could be a little bit of a fatty layer, but I don't think it's going to be too much on the side of like a camel. And of course, they've got those burses on their back storing water. No, I think it's just more like maybe just a little bit of a fatty layer with the shoulder blades that's protruding further up onto the front quarters. But it looks quite interesting. If you I think even like if you look at the kudu, the male kudu as well, the male kudu's got also very, very tall shoulders as well, and got that little bit of a bump that's sitting on the front area. So I think I saw a giraffe here now. I'm going to try and see if the more zebras coming down. Oh, there it is. I found you. Oh, no, I think I just lost you. Nice tall giraffe. I'm not too sure. I can't see it from here. But just by the size, it looks like maybe a male giraffe. Well, it's difficult to tell. I'm sitting pretty much on the dam cam, so it's very difficult to say really the exact size of it. But I thought now you had to go and hide behind this tree. Let's see, maybe I can get a nice shot of him. But yeah, that's what I love about Okaukue's waterhole. There's always activity. It's always something happening here. It's always things going back and forth. And it's nice just to see how these animals really kind of help each other and how they congregate together for that safety of stuff. So yeah, it's amazing. And it's nice just to take a look at some of these giraffe. Well, there's more. Hey, a bit more. I found out those. Right, so there's looks like maybe a female with a youngster that's coming through now to these other ones. It might be a female. Let's try to take a look. So if I can tell about female and male, of course, it's if you're looking at a male giraffe, first of all, look at those ossicones that's on top of their heads, like the horns, and the males will be very much thicker compared to your female's ossicones, as well as the male has got no hair on top. But I'm going to try and see if I can go in. I thought this might be Yeah, so that looks like a young male to the right. You can just see the size of those horns. Doesn't look like a female. Maybe it might be the female that's further to the right, to the left of us. Yeah, there we go. This is a little bit more in the open. So I'm just trying to get used to the controls here. Yeah, it's a male. You can just see definitely a male. Why? So just I'm just looking at the size as well as his head. He's got a lot of the calcification protrusions that's coming out on his snout, on his front end of his face, because what happens is the bigger the head and the heavier it is, of course, what happens if they are necking and competing against each other, it acts like a bigger, like sledgehammer. It's, the bigger it is, of course, the harder it's going to hit. And that's the idea of those calcification protrusions that's coming out. As well as, of course, that ossicones that's got no hair on top. So when they do necking, or when they're practicing and all that, it actually really kind of rubs a lot of that hair off. And of course, the females, they do not do that at all. Just the males. Ethan, how long does a mating pair of giraffe stay together? Not long, Ethan. It's very short-lived. I think the female, when she goes into heat, it's not. I think it's practically maybe for a day and a half to two. The male will try and follow, and he'll try his luck every time. But yeah, they don't stick together for. It's not like leopards and lions where you'll find it's like 4 or 5 days. Mating. It's very much a very short stint with the mating pair of the giraffe. So it could be like for maybe a half a day. You'll follow her around. You'll test her urine all the time, and just to see if she's still in heat, and still try his luck. But yeah, finding and seeing a mating giraffe, that's not a common thing as well. I've seen 1 or 2 before, but it's not something that you do see every day. Definitely not. It's interesting because I've seen it where many times you'll find that the male will try his luck with the female once she's in heat, and then many times he'll just kind of always move away, and just stay out of reach of the male. Nice male, beautiful boy. For big guys like this, the big males usually get to 5.5 meters. Whereas the female is about a meter less than a male. The female's about 4.5. I'm going for some nice green pastures on top there. So it's nice, one advantage for the giraffe, of course, no other browsers can really reach there. Unless it's an elephant that's going to grab it and pull it down. But other than that, of course, it's perfect for the giraffe to get to. Sometimes nice little young shoots that's sitting right on top of these trees. And these acacia trees there. Linda, I think a female giraffe will go into heat. First of all, they will get to about 20 years old. That's your life expectancy for a giraffe. Going into heat, it's difficult to say. I'm not too 100% sure on that. Maybe about 3 years old, 4 years old. But sorry, Linda, I'm not too sure on that one. I will definitely take a look and see. And the female will go into heat for the first time. through this. Definitely a nice herd of giraffe. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Now coming up with that one. Looks like they've all been hiding behind those bushes. So when you're talking about mating and all that and estrus, you find that the giraffes, female giraffes, there is no mating season for them, so breeding is pretty much throughout the year. But it's, of course, it's throughout the year, but it is more common sometimes during the rainy seasons because there is less stress for them when it comes to food. So of course now, usually your summer times for the females, they'll try and have their little calves, but yeah, there is not really any so-called breeding seasons for giraffe. And they say that actually they can go into estrus every 2 weeks if they have to, all year round. So it just shows you how often a female giraffe can go into heat. Infanticide, no, Picasso. I've never seen another male giraffe kill a little calf that doesn't belong to him at all. I haven't seen it, and I don't think it does belong, or it doesn't happen in the giraffe community. So, and their social structure. So usually you'll find many times if a female's got a youngster. We used to have one on Juma, where we had a female giraffe with a young calf there, and she just stayed practically on Juma all the time. She didn't go moving around with the herds and that for the time being while she had that young calf. And I think it's the males don't go out and look for those calves that don't belong to them. And on top of that, that female will not go into heat. So it's just I think it's infanticide does not happen inside the giraffe social structure in the community of the giraffe. So yeah, I've seen it happen with. Funny enough, we're talking about that now. So I've seen it happen with zebras. I've seen a stallion actually really kicking a little foal almost to death, and because it wasn't his, and he was like the new male of the harem. And I've seen it happen before, and that was a few years ago there in a place called Satara. And I was speaking to a guy about that whole situation, and I couldn't believe it actually happened with the zebras, because apparently that male it wasn't his foal, and he was just kicking it to death. And it was quite sad, but it looked like it happened with him. It was quite a bit of a turn of events for myself for understanding that thing. But how often does that happen? No, I don't think it happens too often, because, as I say, that's just the first time happening. That only time I've seen that happen.
Hello everyone, my name's Tanya Ray. I'm from the United Kingdom. I am absolutely thrilled to have won a stay at the Itali Safari Lodge. For me, this is like a dream come true, and I would just like to say thank you very much, Wild Earth.
Sign up and it could be you getting out there experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
It would be nice to see these little banded mongoose come down for a drink. That would have been fantastic. And looks like they are just all venturing off a little bit further towards the tree line. I wonder if you could actually, I want to take a look. I wonder if you actually get dwarf mongoose at Namibia. I don't, or at Okapuya. I don't think so. I don't think the area is right for them. But definitely for the banded. Snakes as well, little reptiles, lizards, geckos, skinks, things like that will be perfect for these banded mongoose when they're moving around and looking around under the rocks. And one is very excited. Not too excited. Gemma, yes, definitely. I think it's all the Coal Creek. It's amazing. It's like it's so bright. I think if you have to go there, I'll definitely have to put some shades on because I think this kind of glare of this white rock would be quite intense, and it is quite amazing to actually just look at it, and it's completely different. I'm so used to greenery, so yeah, definitely it's on definitely a different level. Yeah. Oh, I must a few of these things coming down to drink as well. Oh, got some kudu as well. Kudu coming down with a springbuck. Coming down for a drink. And maybe we get some giraffe that we decide to have their morning. Or how can I say this? Sunrise coffee. I always love watching kudus. I mean, I think kudus are so amazing. And just also just to see them coming through, all these females. So all the females here with these kudus are family related. So you'll find it's all your sisters, it's your aunties, grannies and all that. So family related. Compared to your springbuck, your impala, those are in harems, and it's all definitely different genetics there. But with the kudus, all family related, except if you've got the dominant male that comes in and controls the harem of kudus, then you'll find that definitely he'll be a different different genes. But it is important, so there is no kind of incest that does happen at crossbreeding. Sorry, go with that. Dia, did not copy what you sent through there, please. Melissa, look, I know the ones in the Kruger, of course, is southern giraffe, the Bengal giraffe, so they are well, still same species, but a different subspecies on the whole thing. But I don't see anything else different. Maybe the coloration on their or the patterning. The patterning, I know that all the giraffes have different kind of patterning on them. But then again, I've seen on southern giraffe, I've seen some of them have got so interesting, different, how can I say, patterns throughout their body. So sometimes I don't get fooled always by that. But other than that, I haven't spent so much time on desert giraffe, so if I have to tell you that I can give you a whole rundown on the differences, I will be lying. So unfortunately, I specialize a lot more there towards the Greater Kruger Park side. And typical with giraffe as well, in general. Oh, the two youngsters there, so I think it looks like the two young ones are maybe with their moms. The giraffe. It looks like they might come down for a bit of a drink. But yeah, with them they are gregarious, so you'll find that giraffe pretty much will tend to move from different herds and never stay in the same area or same herd. and they're not like really kind of a social, I can say, a family structure. They're more kind of just moving from different areas, different herds, and yes, they'll try and stick together in different herds and all that, but it's just not all family related at all. Just like the kudu now, the kudus, they family related. One of those got those little grebes here. I see that's like in front of the kudu. Those little things are grebes in. It looks like a little grebe to me. I'm just trying to see if I can pick up on that very quickly. I think it's a black, what's it called? Black neck grebe, if I'm not mistaken. Black neck grebe. Can I check on that? Oh, it's gone. It's out of. Oh, there it is. One's on the right hand side. Oh, black neck grebe. Black neck grebe that side. Definitely darker compared to your little grebe. Crystal, favorite antelope markie. Marking? Marking. Yes, Crystal, definitely. I love the Nyala. I love the Nyala's markings on them. I think they are quite stunning. The males, of course, also with these beautiful white stripes going down, just like the kudu. And then of course, they've got those beautiful little dots on their hind ends, and as well as on their face itself. Beautiful, like little white stripe streak that goes across, and one or two dots on either side of the face. So I love the Nyala. Still one of my favorites, an all-time favorite antelopes. And especially when the males are doing that typical, that philo erectus, so when they're kind of pushing that mane up on their spine straight up. It looks absolutely stunning when they fan out those beautiful tails of theirs. But yeah, the kudus are just as beautiful. I love kudus. I think the kudus, especially the big male kudus, you can see you've got a younger male here at the back. Definitely still situated with the family. But your big male kudus, of course, you've got a lot of about maybe 3 spirals in the horn. And it's absolutely stunning. And that's for the South African side of things. It's for the Sand Parks, the South African National Parks Board. You'll find that the male kudu is the emblem. I'm trying to get to a little black grebe again. Quite nice just to see them. And what this black neck grebe popping up and down all the time. I know that you also get the little grebe, so I'm just trying to double check if it's not the little grebe or black neck grebe. Because I know both species you'll get in Namibia. To me it looks like it, just because of that, it's quite dark. I think it looks to me more like the black neck grebe. Usually known as the little. They used to actually go down with the dab chicks. They used to be called little dab chicks. So it's always like dab down and come back up, dab down and come back up. So of course, the name changed to grebes. I don't know, just go out quickly. I want to see if it. Oh, that's that whole thing. There they are. I wanted to say, I was waiting for this giraffe. It was nice to see them also bending down like that and having a drink. And it's amazing how they spread their legs out. Or sometimes I'll actually kind of do more of like a crouching stance. And then they come back, they flick their heads up. can imagine. Especially like a big male. You've got a male of like 5.5 meters. So when he drinks, I mean, it's going. I mean, the blood pressure of a giraffe is incredibly strong. I mean, that big male, its heart is weighing up to about 11 kilograms and pumping around about 160 beats per minute. So that heart is really working hard to pump that blood up to the brain. So when they have to go down like that, they've got like almost a whole lot of blood vessels acting like a blood sponge at the bottom, just to regulate that blood flow through to the brain itself. So when they flick their heads up again, it's actually almost kind of helping the blood flow. And that's a very important way to make sure that they're not going to pass out. Crystal, yes, definitely. I love watching giraffes, especially when they come down to drink like this. It's always so stunning. That or when they're running. And that's why in Afrikaans we always say, I say running because in Afrikaans we'll call it a kameelpad, camel horse. And what happens, actually when they walk like a camel. So it'll be almost like a steam train, so one side and the other side, one side and the other side. But when they start running, they actually reposition and change their running style to like a horse. So then it'll be like, of course, back, front, back, front, back, front. So that's why we say kameelpad, or camel horse. Alright, well, we are going to continue just searching around here between Okaukuejo and Djuma Dam. Let's head over to Amakhala with Andrew, as apparently he's got an amazing herd of buffalo.
Thanks very much, Cedric, and good morning to all of you. Hope you are doing well. It's a fairly cool day out here, out in Amakhala Game Reserve, out here in the Eastern Cape. I think we might just get some rain in a little bit, but in the meanwhile, we are enjoying the sun with the buffalo herd that's over here. Hello again, everyone. My name is Andrew, and I do have BK on the camera. We will be taking you on safari this morning, and I hope you are excited just as much as we are. Okay, so it's not actually far from where we saw the buffalo yesterday morning during the escape to nature as well. So they're just a few hundred meters from the original place. It seems like they're really enjoying this area, and I don't blame them. There's lots of good grasses for them out here for grazing. And then the mud wallow is not too far, and then the water hole, it's a little bit of a walk, but for the buffalo it's not an issue, and they can go to Liebenbosch Pan to drink some water. They really do look pretty content this morning. I think shame they're just trying to keep warm. I'm not sure what the temperature is now, but both myself and BK, we've got double layers on. And just warming up nicely in the sun. It's a very important part of their day, is to warm up. Jerome, good morning. So, yeah, in Amakhala, it's mainly this group of buffalo over here. And so they are in the general area from where we saw them yesterday. And the one with the white nose is somewhere in here. So that's a good way of identifying this group through the buffalo that's got that sort of that white tip on the nose. We'll see if we can't locate it for you and show you. But as I say, it is a general area from where they were yesterday, and they were here yesterday afternoon, and they're here again this morning. So more than likely the same group. They can move around quite a bit, and sometimes we wake up in the morning after viewing buffalo in a specific area in the game reserve, and then we find that in the morning they obviously travel through the night, and in the morning we come along and they're in a totally different area as they do roam, and that's their whole job, is to move around, search for grasses that are going to support them. They really are looking fantastic, aren't they? Okay, so some of them are up and beginning to graze and slowly shuffling around. It's quite a beautiful young bull, this one. Still got a long way to go to reach maturity, but definitely growing quite solid, looking quite strong as well. They're very powerful animals. You can't comprehend the power when it comes to buffalo. What really makes them very powerful is that they are very large animals, around about 900 kilograms, very compacted, with huge horns on their head as well. And believe it or not, they can move fairly quickly as well. So if they were running at full tilt, they could probably reach about maybe 45 to 50 kilometers an hour. And they are so powerful that some lions, they prefer not to hunt buffalo just because of the risk factor. Not all lions are going to show interest in buffalo. It depends on the size of the pride and how experienced they are at hunting such big animals. And that beautiful bull at the back. So if you have a quick look, you'll see these bulls that are on the right hand side, lying down and ruminating. Take a look at their horns and their bosses, and then take a look at that bull that's almost in the center, a bit to the left at the back. And you can see how well formed those bosses are. Almost forming a crown on the head, and the bosses hardening. And it does take time. Just had an audio now of what sounded like an olive woodpecker, and I haven't heard one for a couple of days now.
I think the buffalo sleep, so they take short naps.
Anna, good morning. Thanks for your input and your question. So sometimes they do take short naps. Other times when it's extremely hot in the heat of the day, you might find that they will sleep for that duration of the heat of the day and rather just conserve energy and not be too hot. But then other times they might just rest for 30 minutes or so and then get up and then move around again. But out here in Amakhala on one of the very, very hot days, which was about 48 last year, 48 degrees Celsius, one of the hottest days in summer. And you can imagine from around 7 o'clock in the morning, buffaloes went totally stationary. They went down like they are now. And by the afternoon, when we went on our safaris, at around 4 o'clock, they were still in that same sitting down position. So So they slept and relaxed for the most part of the heat of the day. But you've got to bear in mind as well that these animals do need to feed quite a bit. And so if it's going to be hot in the daytime, you'll find that buffaloes will rest in the daytime but then continue their activities during the night and move around quite a bit during the night. And we see this a lot in summer. But in the winter or on cold times, you'll find that they might feed during the duration of the day and then relax and take it easy through the duration of the night when it's very cold. So they do shift their movements, and ultimately if they are hot and they are trying to cool down, that is going to use a lot of energy in itself, and they prefer not to waste that energy, so rather just relax, sleep a bit, take it easy. And then also when they're cold and they're trying to warm up, that again uses energy. So again, if it's cold at night, they'd rather just hunker down and slow their movements down a bit and conserve that energy. And they are so important for the system because of course they're going to control all the grasses from getting too long. And the thing about grasses, if they get too long and they're not being eaten, the perennials are very high in the plant, and so it becomes sour, not so edible anymore. And then once animals start to feed on the grasses, that immediately breaks down what they call the perennials, and it sweetens the plant as it grows again. And buffaloes are very good at just maintaining the system, making sure those older grasses get eaten and then the younger grasses can grow. Candace, it's a good one. No, they don't. They've got quite shortish horns, shortish ears, and they don't get tangled up in their horns. No, that's I've never seen. I don't think that'll happen. Their ears are fairly short. Shame this female's got her eyes closed here, but she's still ruminating. Just rechewing and rechewing, swallowing that cud, making it finer so it can go into the next chambers within the stomach. So although they are resting and not grazing, they are still absorbing nutrients as we speak. And it's very important for them because they are large animals ultimately, and they need as much energy as they can take in a 24-hour period. Charlie, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many times they blink in comparison to us. But of course they do blink. It's very important for them just to clean the eyeball, lubricate the eyeball and the eyelid. So of course they do blink. I'm just not sure if it's the same amount as us. So you can see that sideward motion of the jaw. So the molars are grinding the grass finer and finer and finer in a sideward action. And the problem with that is when buffaloes do reach old age, that the molars have ground down quite a bit and worn down. And often if we find skeletons in the bush and a skull, and we look at the teeth of buffalo and any other wild animal really. A good way of aging them is to look at the teeth. If the teeth are in excellent condition, then it's probably a very young one or mature one, but if those molars are grounded down, it's an older individual.
Hi, my name is Leslie Miller and I'm from Olympia, Washington. I'm so excited to have won a 3-night stay at Jackie's Tree Lodge and visit Madikwe Game Reserve. I started watching Wild Earth in 2019 in anticipation of my first trip to Africa in February of 2020. After that trip and through the pandemic, Wild Earth helped keep me connected to nature and Africa. I'm so happy to be able to return in person.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
So one of the best sightings I had of buffalo here on Amakhala was about 2 years ago. Buffaloes were walking around and they stumbled across some lions lying under the bush. The lions were not showing any threat to them and definitely not interested in them. And I think the lions were more scared than anything else. But the buffaloes actually managed to surround the lions, but leaving a few gaps open. And those lions took those gaps really quickly while those gaps were open. And they hightailed it out of there, and the buffaloes proceeded to chase. But of course lions are much faster than buffalo and were able to disappear in the bush. And then the buffaloes were very upset. They were trying to smell the lions, trying to pick up the scent again to see where they went. And they were almost turning in 360s. A very, very upset buffalo that day. And that's always one of the instances that I always think about, that when doing a bushwalk, which of course I'm not going to downgrade it. I love doing bushwalks and I am a trails guide myself. But one thing we always need to keep in mind is if you do come across buffalo, if they were perhaps being hunted the night before by lions, or they interacted with lions in the morning, and then you come along by accident and bump into them, it is very hair-raising. Because you can immediately see that they're upset. It's happened to me before once, where I was on a bushwalk and lions were actively hunting those buffaloes while we were on the bushwalk. And we could see the buffaloes from a far distance. And they picked up the scent of the lions and started running towards us. But we were able to get behind some big boulders and rocks and the buffaloes ran straight past us without even realizing that we were there. Make sure that the guests were very quiet and prepared to listen to all commands. But as quick as it started was as quick as the whole incident ended, and the buffaloes disappeared with all the dust in the air. You could hear the groaning, grunting sounds that they were making, bumping into each other as they were running. Morning, Gary. Oh, the most intimidating antelope for me. Oh, let me think about this quickly. I would probably have to say either a blue or a black wildebeest. Yeah. Now, black wildebeest and blue wildebeest have got incredibly high testosterone levels with the bulls, and that can cause them to become unpredictable. And they have killed humans in the past. It's an animal you don't want to corner, because if that animal decides that you are a threat and you are blocking it from any escape options, I promise you that animal will come for you. They've got no shyness to defend themselves, which I've always respected about them. And in some situations, I know it's been recorded with blue wildebeest. I don't know about black wildebeest, but they've been known to attack other small antelopes. These big bulls. So I would say definitely wildebeest, both wildebeest being probably the most intimidating for me. Bushbuck are also fairly dangerous, and gemsbok as well. But bushbuck is a very small antelope, smaller than a nyala antelope. And in areas of subsistence poaching where they're using hunting dogs to poach, many hunting dogs have been killed by bushbuck. Many of them. I believe a nyala antelope can also be fairly dangerous as well. You've got to be very careful around them, also not to block them off, not to get too close to them. Gary, what is the antelope that intimidates you the most? Nadia, buffaloes will adjust to cold weather much like we would. So they would head towards shelter. So if it was cold, or if it was raining, or if it was extremely sunny, they're going to go into places where there's a bit of cover and get into some bushy areas, lie right next to the bushes. They do prefer these more open environments, which means that they're going to be more subject to the elements than being in a thicker environment. But they have been known to go into thicker environments, and when they're feeling the pressure of the elements, they will definitely head towards those covers. Now their body temperature is higher than what ours is going to be, but they do have very short hair on their body, so they can feel the elements, hence the reason why they do a lot of mud wallowing. Is to protect their skin against the harsh sun, as well as parasites control. And then they do feel cold as well from time to time. Aren't they just looking so magnificent, eh? So they are
Yes.
disease-free buffalo. And they are free of bovine tuberculosis, which is very nice. Oh, that bull at the back is really quite big. Great show. I'm gonna send you on to Cedric. In the meantime, I believe there's something happening at Ukukuyo in Namibia.
It's always nice to take a look at some of the intimidating animals. And here I've got two of the intimidating animals that you were talking about a little bit earlier. We've got the blue wildebeest and we've got the gemsbok that's around here at the Okapuyo dam itself, with of course a springbok that's in the foreground and some springbok in the background as well. But talking about them, it's no, definitely with this wildebeest, you're talking about the bushwalk when you're pretty much on the walk with the lions chasing the buffalo. But I had an incident with, of course, a blue wildebeest, and I was at one of the lodges called Nkoro Bush Lodge, and I was walking, doing the same thing. I was heading out on a typical bushwalk, and then I just realized that when I was walking, all of a sudden, there's a male wildebeest didn't want to move away from this open clearing. He decided to come towards us. So I thought, okay, I didn't think much of it. I thought, okay, well, this male is just coming to investigate, and 10 to 1, he's going to turn around and he's going to move off. No, he did not do that. He continued coming towards us, and he came towards us with a lot of aggression. And eventually I even had to start slapping and smacking my hands, clapping my hands together just to tell him, hey, listen, move off, we are here. And luckily he decided to kind of stop not too far from us and turned around and off he went. So I don't know what he thought we were, but definitely he came towards us with a lot of aggression. And I thought, well, just shows you, of all of these, you don't sometimes you get a male on a bad day. I'm sure things can end up a little bit intimidating. But yeah, buffaloes, definitely a great find there at Tamakala. I love watching buffaloes, and especially if you get those big male buffaloes with those big bosses. I think it is absolutely stunning. Okay, definitely, that's one of the species I do not want to walk into. I have a few times, but I'm not planning to do it anytime soon again. So yeah. But yeah, you can imagine here at Okukuya, it's definitely quite a warm day in Namibia. And you can see a lot of the gemsbok enjoying a good old drink as well, almost in the middle of the pan. Some springboks doing the same thing. And of course our lonely male wildebeest that also decided to come down and give them and give that gemsbok a bit of a glance there. But looks like he's also just enjoying the company of the other species. Sharon, you'll find that some of the antelopes will differ, depends on the areas, and it also depends on what they do feed on. If you are going to be a grazer or you're going to be a browser, so you'll find you'll have a certain amount of molars to grind down that specific food. And so you'll find usually your grazers will have a little bit, I think they've got maybe, I think it's 2 less sets of molars compared to your browsers. Your browsers are pretty much grinding down way more when it comes to dead leaves as well, especially in winter time, so they'll have to kind of grind it down much finer. But of course your grazers, they also do have 2 less molars compared to your browsers. But yes, and I know that as well, as you'll find that some of the antelopes, just like Andrew was saying, you can always tell the difference on the ages of these antelopes, and also the difference if it's a grazer or browser, just by looking at the teeth, and of course the wear and tear on the teeth, and of course the numbers of molars. Oh, well, that looks like that springbok almost decided to go right in. But looks like they all definitely had their fair share. I'm just trying to take a look. I'm also keeping an eye on Djuma Dam as well, because I know, as I said earlier, that Ben had the Tlelumba's tracks heading towards central Drakensberg. Looks like it is quite cool there. So if it does stay like that, maybe she might move, I'm hoping, towards Gowrie Dam, which would be fantastic. See some more. Springbok was in Parliament. I'm going to try and see if I can zoom in here quickly. More on Springbok. And I love just watching these Springbok. Oh. Leopard lover, definitely. I'm hoping myself. I would be so, as I say, with the language of our language, Jabula. I'll be very happy because to have a nice little leopard on the screen, I'll definitely be doing flick flacks. Yeah, but I'm keeping my eye on that one, so you never know. Watch your space. I might have my lucky day with a leopard on screen. I'm very happy with that. As you know, Marips has been also hanging around quite a bit towards the quarantine area, towards Djuma Dam. So he's also been quite active in that area. So holding thumbs, we might see something coming through. I'm just still scanning Okuyo. I've never seen any, or I haven't seen lions or any cats on screen here while I was on Bandcamp, so maybe my luck will come with some tawny cats coming here later on. Definitely not now, it's way too hot. I don't think they're even going to move into this open clearing for this heat. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some of these big male elephant bulls coming down towards Okuyo Dam, because I remember last time I was here, I got to see so many of them just coming down to the dam, just coming to have a little bit of a drink, a little bit of a splash around, and then they just hung around this pan for quite some time. More springbok coming out to the right hand side and as well for a bit of water. It's amazing how quickly they come towards the pan itself and how quickly they do disappear. I wonder if those wildebeest are actually eating. Is there something that those wildebeest in the background are they actually feeding on something there? Maybe little short grasses. Must be. I think there might be some little shoots that's coming through that they are eating. Yeah, I'm sure they must be having something like little shoots that's coming through that side. They're feeding on some sort of grass there. I don't think it's something substantial. Maybe a nice little sweet grass, which will be perfect for them. And just enough just to sustain them for the morning. Yeah, I'm just trying to do as much research around about Okaukuejo at the moment, just to see exactly in the area, the topography of this area, and just to see exactly how and where this vegetation starts and what kind of vegetation comes through in the back end. I've been to Namibia once, many years ago, but I've never been up into the Tosha area. I went towards more the dune area, like Sosas Vlei, and then furthest north I went was to Swartkrop, which was a very nice little town in Namibia, but I've never been up towards the Tosha area, which looks very nice. It does. There's so much game around you, and so many different species as well, which is definitely you're not gonna be sitting at this pan and not seeing anything. There's always something coming down. I don't know if there might be other pans around this area. As I said, I'm definitely gonna just look into it a little bit further, just to see exactly in the area of Okaukuejo, and the pan and the Tosha itself. I've definitely seen those beautiful photos of those elephants that used to come down. And when they come down with all that, almost looks like white elephants because of the soil type. So of course throwing that concrete dust on top of them, and then it seems like it's a white elephant. So it is quite, I've seen quite a few photos of them like that, and it's quite amazing how, how it changes the whole kind of, how can I say, the coloration of that elephant itself. And a lot of people always think it's like, is it a different species? But of course not. It's just due to the fact of the concrete that's in the surrounding areas of Okaukuejo. And I think it's quite a vast reserve this as well. I think it is quite large. And hectare-wise, I'm not too sure exactly. Oh, something's coming in the background. Hectare-wise, I'm not too sure exactly. I mean, if you look at the Greater Kruger National Park, all together, I think it's 4.2 million hectares. So I don't know how close it is with Okaukuejo or with the Tosha itself. So definitely try and see if I can get the hectares of Tasha. But I'm sure it's huge. I'm sure it's a large reserve. He's got so many big elephants around here. I'm sure it's definitely really quite a huge reserve. Picasso, I have no idea. Sorry, I just, as I said, I'm not too familiar with this area. If I'm looking, I can tell you about Djuma. I can let you know very quickly that Djuma, your annual rainfall there is between 5 to 700 mils in summer, but Okokwiyo, Namibia, no idea. But definitely we'll find that out, but yes, fortunately, I'm not too sure, I'm familiar on that. But thanks, Picasso. But I'm sure it's I think it might be a good rainfall. I'm sure maybe also in the vicinity of about 400 mils. But as I said, I might be completely wrong. I'm not gonna run with something that I'm not too familiar with. Might have to just, I think maybe just might shoot to Djuma Dam very shortly. I'll see if we can find maybe there's a chicken piece. I know apparently I did see 3 of them 2 days ago, but apparently they were fallen, and Karen told me that one of the little ducklings was taken by a snake. I'm going to keep my eyes open as well for those little ones and see if they'll still around Djuma Dam itself. Oh, what's coming in there? There's a lot of blacksmith lapwings. Loads of blacksmith lapwings, man, all over the show there. But it's nice to always see these birds. I think blacksmith lapwings exist everywhere. I think they are such a common bird around a lot of these watering holes. Let me see if I can quickly zoom in there. I've never seen something together. I'm not too sure if it is. Let's just double check it. Oh, let's see if I can control this camera. Yeah, these blacksmiths, can just hear them already. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 blacksmith lapwings all together, having a bit of a bird party here. Fantastic. If we said take a look at those 2 blacksmith lapwings there at Treehouse Dam on Djuma, they won't even allow any other one close by to the dam. Oh, there's more than seeing. There's a whole lot of them. This is the springbucks, and I was so not aware of those things at all. That's not bothering them at all at this point in time. It looks like they're just enjoying a good old drink. The Egyptian goose as well. Going a little bit further in one. Okay, no, not at all. I know that they're very territorial. They're coming towards their dam areas or their water source. There's no hierarchy. So, I mean, as I say, with the blacksmith lapwings, you always get just the pairs. I mean, you saw the pair to all the dam areas, and I've seen along this the Sand River as well. I've never seen them too like in huge flocks. There's definitely no hierarchy there. They will have their pairs and they'll have their little section of the water area to kind of protect, but there's no hierarchy there. But it's nice to see even the Egyptian geese aside. So it's always, you'll find, I think anywhere you go around this area, you'll find the Egyptian geese, you'll find the blacksmith lapwings, and I think they are definitely the most common around these water areas. But just the one Egyptian geese, they usually always as they're hanging around in pairs. Maybe the other one might be around on the other side of the dam. But as I was talking about blacksmith lapwings earlier, I'd love to go and see if I can try and find those ones around Djuma Dam with those little ducklings, which are absolutely gorgeous. I was so happy to finally seeing them. So cute. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly scan around the water's edge just to see if I can locate on the other one. Might be two, or is it just that one? Double check. I'll just go a little bit. There we go. Oh, there's some ravens there. Double check, what is it? So I just saw two blackbirds coming down there. Oh, well, ravens. That is nice to see them, is it? Double check. Oh, this camera's going all over the show.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
Oh, fantastic. I'm just taking a look. There's a little black-backed jackal just moving away. Oh, no, I miss him. It's nice to see a little black-backed jackal. That's fantastic. And I don't know if he did have a little bit of a drink, but he's trotting away from the dam itself. And looks like he's heading towards those two wildebeest in the background. It's nice to see these little black-backed jackals around there. And then it's amazing. If you're looking at black-backed jackal and side-striped jackals, I saw over years that in the northern Sabi Sands, where how the side-striped jackal is definitely more dominant compared to the black-backed jackal. First of all, the side stripe is about, I think, 2 kgs heavy. I think they're about 13 kilograms, where your black-backed jackal is about 11 kgs. He's going behind this Hemsbok. And we used to have so many black-backed jackals in the northern Sabi Sands that one stage every night you would hear them making those beautiful calls. And then all of a sudden, slowly but surely, we started seeing side-striped jackals start moving into that area as well, same area as the black-backed jackals, and all of a sudden the black-backed jackals, the numbers just disappeared. It just deteriorated dramatically, so of course got pushed out. Of course it's competition between the two. Tina, yes, you do see them quite a bit. You see them right up towards Kenya, Tanzania, all the way down south towards our area, Southern Africa, South Africa itself. So you do find them quite, they are quite dispersed throughout Africa. And the thing is, they are very much, it's a scavenger. And once you are scavenging and all that, you are definitely, the adaptation of areas becomes much better and much easier, adapting to areas. And well, there's a scavenging on something there now. But as well, I've seen them hunting. Definitely, I've seen them. I've had the most incredible sighting with the black-backed jackals actually hunting steenbok. Actually, I was a young steenbok, and it was quite a long process. But unfortunately for the steenbok, the black-backed jackals don't get to kill it. So, but yeah, so they can do that if they need to. But they are fantastic scavengers as well. Definitely fantastic for our ecosystem and our cleanup crew. Just like the hyenas, just like the vultures, definitely need them in these areas. But definitely more so, yeah, in Namibia. Apparently there has been quite a few this side as well. In Amakala, I think they've got those jackals with their little pups outside. So, and Madikwe. So definitely quite dispersed. I don't know what it's eating. I'm scared if I do zoom in a little bit more that the camera is going to be jumping all over the show just like that. Yeah, I'll zoom it out. That's fine. But yep, let's just take a look at this beautiful male kudu that we do have on screen. Absolutely a stunning body. Beautiful, beautiful horns on him. Oh. I'd say every spiral in the kudu's horn, every twist is around about 18 months. Look at these. 1, 2, about 2, 3, 4, about 4, 5-year-old male. And they'll get up to about 9. So much bird life, so much activity happening here. I think the temperature was very deep. What was the temperature? I think it was Tokakuyo. I think it was 36 degrees. So that is quite a hot day, especially if you're in the open clearings like this and clear skies. 36 degrees, definitely a very, very warm one. You can understand why these animals are really kind of spending a lot of time around here.
Hij is afschrift. Hij is afschrift. Als je ontvangt met die neus. En zo van de kant af. Die zwaarste hier in de week.
It's amazing as well with these Gemsbok. Now, if you look at the kudu, the structure of the horns, first of all, you find out with the kudu, only the male really, or only the male has the horns. The females do not have any horns. But when it comes to the springbuck, the Gemsbok, it's amazing that both male and female does both do have the horns on them. So it's amazing from this side. I'm trying to think anything towards. Okay, we got the sable antelope, the roan antelope, and the eland in the Greater Kruger Park. Same thing that the male and female, both of them do have horns. So yeah, that's good. Oh, did that raven just fly on top of that kudu's back? I doubt it. I doubt it. No, I don't the same. Looked like. No, it did. Yeah. Oh, it looked like it was sitting on that kudu's back. I can't believe it, but anyway. I just missed it. Russell, they're just part of the Triglaophis family, so I think like with them and the Nyala, even the bushbuck, they've got those twists. I don't think it's just ready for the sparring. I think it's more just, it's part of the species or the family itself. And I think that's what happens at the end of the day is that the sparring, if you've got straight horns or spiraled horns, I think for all reasons, some Gemsbok running in the background. I've seen kudu actually hooking the horns or locking the horns together and struggling to actually kind of part ways. And I think because of those spiraled horns, sometimes it can cause a little bit of an issue when the males do the sparring or fighting. Compared to your Gemsbok, as you can see in the far right hand corner, much straighter horns. So if they do sparring, I think it could be quite. I think maybe the sharpness of those horns could be the problem. But with the kudu, I don't think it's all due to the spiral side of things for sparring. I think it's just part of the family itself. But I love watching them. Sometimes you'll find even the Nyala or the kudu, what they'll do with their horns. There's nice muddy areas, and the male wants to show off to another male about his horns or just to make it look bigger. That they'll actually dig their horns into the mud and try and collect as much mud and paste as much mud against the horns itself to actually kind of make it look more impressive, as well as just to upkeep their horns. But yes, if you guys got any questions or comments or any great suggestions or great stories that you want to send through to me, please do so. As you know, this is your escape to nature. I'm definitely hoping that I can answer as many questions as possible. I definitely like the queer one side of things. It's nice and tricky and nice, I can say. It's pushing my knowledge a bit, yeah? So it's nice to always to take a look at a different area that I'm not used to. Well, I'm going to continue looking around here at Okaukuya and us on the Djuma Dam. Let's head over to Amakhala with Andrew as he's still sitting with his amazing bivone species.
We're still here watching this particular group of buffalo, still relaxing in the same position. They haven't moved much at all, and for the most part they are pretty much sleeping. Not sure what the weather wants to do. So a lot of these thick clouds have just pulled in and it's made things really cold. And for the buffalo, it's definitely blocking out the sun, so they're not really getting too warm there, but they do seem like they're fine. Really looking forward to when some more calves are born, because there are a few pregnant individuals in this group over here. And one of the chaps beginning of last year, was very lucky. He actually saw 2 buffaloes giving birth in the same week. Can you imagine that? I've never seen buffalo give birth. I would love to see that. And from what I've heard, it's a very quick process. From labor to birth, it's incredibly quick. Very nice sighting. They're nice in the open here, which makes very good for game viewing. But believe it or not, sometimes these buffaloes can be a little bit elusive. And they just suddenly disappear and nobody knows exactly where they've gone. Because of the amounts of the thickets, the Albany thickets in here, if they go inside there, I mean, you will never know that they're inside there. And what I have noticed about this group of buffalo is that most of the bulls are on the outside of the group. And then the female seems to be right in the middle. Leo, what do I find most fascinating about buffaloes? Well, their resilience to want to survive. That's what I find very impressive. That they'll even take on big predators if they feel that they're going to get the upper hand. Which is quite unique, because most of the wildlife, they see predators, they're gone. They run and they're gone. But not to say that they won't run away, but if they feel that they're not going to be able to get away, they will elect to fight. And it's just that resilience, that want to survive and not be killed, which I find very respectful about buffalo. What I also like about them, and it's obviously not good for us as naturalists, is the fact that they're very difficult to read. And in that sense, they are sort of mysterious in their own ways, because you never know what's actually going through their mind. But I was mentioning that most of the bulls seem to be on the outside of the group, with exceptions of a few females. And this is a typical thing that they'll do, is that the bulls know that they need to sort of stay on the outside of the group so that they can protect the herd. And the females, their role is to give birth, to raise their young or their calf. And then also with certain individuals, when it comes to a buffalo herd, you find that there's maybe one or several females that are pathfinders. That's the term given. And they navigate the herd. So they know where all the game trails are, where the game trails lead to. They memorize those trails. They know exactly where the water is. And they navigate the herd into those areas that can actually support them. So everyone has a role here. And there's a nice young calf. I think we saw this very calf yesterday with the small little extrusions of the horns there. Just looking for a better place to lie down. I'm just looking out to our far west now. It does look like a rainstorm is currently on the way here. Hopefully it misses us. But one thing's for sure, the bushveld out here does need a lot more rain than what it's been receiving. And it'll be very nice to see that Bushman's River in full flow again. And then who knows, maybe when it does flow, we can do a boat safari with all of you. That would be quite different to do. I'm just looking at these buffalo now to see if there's any red-billed oxpeckers on them. I don't hear or see any at the moment. It's always nice to see the red-billed oxpeckers, especially here in the Eastern Cape. And I remember when I first started working here in Amakhala, when I heard a red-billed oxpecker, it was a huge celebration because for most parts of the Eastern Cape, the red-billed oxpeckers are extremely low in numbers, and you don't see them in the other game reserves. But in a few of them, they are starting to make quite a solid comeback now. But you have to look for them because to begin with, Eastern Cape doesn't have a large population of red-billed oxpeckers naturally. And then sadly, a few hundred years ago, with the cattle farming, a lot of the cattle, they were dipped for the parasites on their body, like the ticks. And the poor old oxpeckers came along and ate those ticks, and they got the secondary poisoning. And it wiped out the entire population of red-billed oxpeckers out in the Eastern Cape. So much so that they needed to be reintroduced by people. I'm not sure exactly which year it was that they did this, but the first attempt was unsuccessful. And the second attempt was a success, and slowly but surely the reserves are starting to see them more and more. Willie, morning. No, they don't have twins. They give birth to one calf at a time. I don't think there's ever been recording of twins. I know with certain antelopes or certain species of animals, twins have been recorded, like with giraffe and so on. I don't think with buffalo. I think it would be quite strenuous for a female buffalo to raise 2 calves, because one calf is quite a lot of work. A calf does require like extremely large amounts of milk to grow. I think that's actually a very good question. I'll do some research, but I highly doubt it. So don't forget, we are sort of celebrating the days coming up to Christmas, and the way we're doing that is with animal bingo, and these are all Christmas themed, and that's going to be every sunset safari until Christmas Day, and then on Christmas Day the winner is going to be crowned overall for the bingo. I know Lauren won it yesterday and she was extremely happy about that, which is fantastic for her. Amakala has won once. We did come second once, and I know Madikwe with BK and Steve. Was it Steve? Yeah, they also won. So at least some of us have taken the prize. I know Cedric is on a huge roll. He often wins. But ultimately, there can only be one. So be sure to join us on the Sunset Safaris for that. Wow, this wind is really coming in now. Yo, BK, look at that western side there. Oh my goodness. Predicting the weather in the Eastern Cape is like predicting the winning lottery numbers. It's almost next to impossible. Wow, look at this. It's moving in here. Look at that. Incredible. Look at that. That has just arrived now. And it's arriving with steam. Definitely pulling in here. Very dramatic. So it's actually quite amazing. We've bumped into quite a few of the field guides out here with their guests, and so many guests have actually said to us that they are here at Amakala because they've been watching Wild Earth and they see that Amakala is one of the locations and they would like to come and visit. So I'm pretty sure that some of you are planning a visit out here at some point. Definitely won't be disappointed. It is a beautiful land out here. But just some advice, even if you're coming in summer, please do bring warm clothes and some gloves. Maybe bring a beanie and a scarf just in case you need it. It does get extremely hot out here. but then by the same token, in the same day, it becomes quite cool. Bring your binoculars, your enthusiasm, and get ready to sort of have a good time with some very, very experienced field guides out here.
It's getting cold and cold.
Yeah, it is, BK. BK just made the comment now that it's getting colder and colder here. I'm so glad I'm not wearing shorts right now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's raining.
It's beginning to rain now. Oh goodness. Oh yeah, I see it. So it seems the rain has arrived. Oh goodness, here it comes. So you might just hear a bit of shuffling. I just want to put some of the important things away in the box here. Otherwise they might just get soaked. I think it might be a good idea for us to think about heading somewhere where it's a bit more sheltered. We are a bit exposed out here. Okay, I see there's a few marks on our lens here. I think we best wipe down our lens. In the meanwhile, we're going to send you over to Cedric, who has got, I believe, some springbuck at the waterhole.
Yeah, shame, Andrew. It's definitely the weather up here in Namibia is much sunnier and warmer compared to down there at Amakala in the Eastern Cape. But yeah, just stay dry and stay safe, as always. But yes, we're still sitting here at Okokweyo, still beautiful. I mean, it's just amazing just watching all these animals coming down one after another. And it's just incredible, just the sighting of it. But yeah, definitely not a single cloud in the sky here. Not a single cloud. Blue skies around Okokweyo for this beautiful morning. And I'm still waiting in anticipation for anything like those big male elephants to come through. And I'm just keeping a close eye, see if I can find any of those big grey animals making their way down to this dam, or to the pan. What do we call it, a dam or a pan? This is more for a pan. I think it's a pan. A dam is like huge, big dams, and I think it's more like a pan, or a Okokweyo pan. Oh, even that first springbuck right in the middle there. Definitely having a bit of a pool party once again. I love pool parties. Always good to see quite a few of those over the last few months. And keeping nice and cool in there in the middle. It's also very important just for that for the coloration on their backs, and especially on hot days like this, for the heat for the sun to reflect off of that tawny brownish color on top of their backs. You can imagine if they are completely black, definitely they will get quite hot and it won't be too comfortable for them. So you can get a nice kind of a bronzy tawny color. I'm just going to sit a little bit here and just want to take a look. Let me see if I can get anything coming on from the right hand side there. I thought I saw something moving through to the side, something big, but never know. I know that Lisa has been very fortunate having that black rhino coming down to the dam as well, or to the pan. So I'm hoping my luck is going to be just as great as Lisa's luck with that black rhino. But yeah, no, it's amazing how quickly that I know that Andrew had that weather coming in so quickly, and that's typical when it comes to the coastal areas like the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape, and how quickly those storms do come through, and of course those coastal storms in South Africa. But you look more like towards into the inlands, to like the Gauteng, Johannesburg area, to the Lowveld where Djuma is. You'll find like a lot of those storms really come through in the late afternoon. Get your typical thunder showers or thunderstorms in the late afternoon, and they don't last for too long. They last for a few 10-15 minutes and it'll be gone. To D Sorry, go with that question again. Picasso, look, they are closely related to true gazelles or springbucks, part of the gazella. The springbuck is pretty much placed in almost like a separate genus because of the unique structure on its back when it displays, when it's pretty much when the springbuck is excited. And of course that is all consisting of little patches of white hair, and it's normally hidden beneath skin fold. But they are closely related to the true gazelle, and as I said, they are part of the genus Gazella. So. And it's amazing, and I mean that's where the springbuck, of course, really kind of, how can I say, different. Becomes a little bit different. It's all due to that pronking, and with that beautiful little white hairs. That's pretty much situated. So, as close as with the impala, I'm not too sure of the impala side of things. I think as well, because you think of the gazelle, you can think of the springbuck itself. You'll find that the male and the female, they do have both horns, but you find with the impala, it's just really the male that has the horns. So it's not as closely related. Plus also the food source as well. So you can't put a springbuck towards in the Kruger. They tried that many years ago. They tried to place springbucks in the Kruger Park, and it just did not happen at all because there was a certain grass species that gives them a heart disease, and they lost a lot of springbuck due to that. So it was never kind of meant to be in that area.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
Quite a few different species coming through here now. Just taking a look around. There's a lot of homesport coming through. Oh, we've got youngsters. Homesport. Like little calves coming through. So quickly see if I can pan to the left. Yeah, look. No, it's eland. Oh, that is fantastic. Nice to see you have some eland coming down. Well, I haven't seen eland for many years. I don't know when last I've seen an eland, so this is fantastic. This is great to see. The largest antelope in Africa, absolutely gigantic, especially the big males. So the females and the males do have the horns, and how is this? They're almost like in a little nursery coming through all together, all the little calves. So definitely calves from maybe a month ago. You can see they're still very young. Just take a look. Little ones coming through. Yeah, maybe more than a month. Maybe about 2 months. 2 months ago. Like, this is fantastic. You can see very alert when they're coming down towards us, watching all the females just looking around, making sure that everything is safe for a good old drinky session. And the ones are very excited for the water. Always like cities, almost together like a nursery. You would think about the impalas always ending up as a little nursery all together, staying safe. Absolutely adorable. Oh, this is fantastic. I just love them. They're all just tucking into the little section of the dam here. And it's nice just to see how still very light that coloration. They haven't turned into that little greyish of an adult eland. A little bit of fright there. And you find the big bulls much larger. You were sorry. So, what was Benjamin's question there? Something about attack by the jaws. Benjamin, I'm thinking about that now. Sorry, I'm just trying to pick up on the elands don't have a sack by their jaw. So that's what I'm picking up at the moment. Wow, look how many is coming down. I just want to take a look, and I know that there's usually one huge dominant male with your eland females, and I'm just taking a look to see if I can find a big boy here somewhere, a big bull. But definitely so much activity. I'm trying to burn out a little bit. Maybe at the back end there, maybe at the far back end there's two that's still standing. I think the one on the left hand side looks quite large. Also with the dewlap as well, you'll find that the dewlap on the male eland is way more prominent. Oh, look at those aquilias, plenty of aquilias. More prominent on their necks, or at the bottom of their necks. Oh, springbok, gemsbok. We got the zebra, we got the eland, we got the had the wildebeest somewhere. And they're always very edgy when they come down. Many times as well, you will find that when the animals do come down for a drink, I can imagine, you always, if there's any little bit of a splash or a bit of a change in the water or something, you'll find quickly that the animals will quickly become quite nervous and jump away to see. I'm hoping that there is nothing like a crocodile that will be in this pan. But there is no crocodile in the pan. But if I was a crocodile, I think this pan would be definitely my spot. Because the amount of animals that actually even look at the little young gemsbok coming into the water now as well. So the crocodile, yeah, you got a nice opportunity, or 20 here to choose from. Especially if it's coming now slowly but surely towards midday. Definitely the temperature will be rising and this will become way more active. I'm just trying to think. I think the gestation period of the eland. I think the eland's gestation period. So I think once a female goes into heat and she pretty much is pregnant, I think the gestation is around about 260, 270 days, something like that. So it's almost 3/4 of a year that she'll actually carry that little calf inside of her. It's almost the same as your zebras. Pretty much the same gestation period. It's amazing how they actually just stick together. Talking about the size of eland, I think the male can be between around about, it can get up to about 900 kilograms. So if you think of 900 kilograms for a male eland, that's almost the same size, or that's the same size of a buffalo, a male buffalo. So the male buffalo gets up to about 900 kgs to a ton. Looks like for a male, an adult eland gets up to about 500 to 900 kilograms. So that's huge, that's large. I wonder how the largest antelope. I think the females also around about, the females are always smaller, so they will be about 300 to 500, 600 kgs. It is also quite large. And I think last time I saw an eland was when I was in the Kruger National Park. I saw an eland up there in the northern side of the Kruger, and also got to see, I think there was a couple, maybe 2 or 3 of them that side. Wasn't many of them, but wow, looking at all these ones, this herd coming down with all the youngsters, it's fantastic. This pond is definitely quite active with these animals in the species, different species. And I wonder if they're still looking over to the side. To there a bit. That's what they're looking at there. And I think it must be it must be incredible to see a sighting when it comes to like a lion bringing down a eland. I mean, sheesh, there will be quite the battle, but it'll be quite interesting to see that happening. Definitely, I don't think I'll ever see that, but never know. There's always a chance. Maybe while I'm here on dam cam, I might be lucky. You never know. I definitely think maybe I might go over to Juno Canyon very soon. I'm going to see a nice little squizzles. Oh, there's some nice male kudu coming down as well. Are there males? I'll just double check on that. Looks like 1 or 2 male kudu with some females. Yeah, females. Appearing out of nowhere. Like most of these animals I've ever seen, they just come out of nowhere. It's amazing. I wonder if this kudu's the same, I mean the impala's the same as impalas of Juno. I wonder when these females will actually drop their lambs. I wonder if they haven't dropped them yet, or are they going to. There's a couple of young males here that's part of this herd. There's a few, mostly males. No, there's a few females, yeah. It looks like they are quite big, So it looks like maybe they might be dropping very soon. I might be mistaken. It could be interesting just to take a look. Looks like the Impala's one or two. But look at this Impala on the far left-hand side. Definitely the horns are way, like wide, nicely displayed. Wide display of horns that side. But very definitely a beautiful specimen. Much on the center screen. Wider than normal. If you look at the other Impala, that's pretty much walking in front of him towards that dead tree. That's really the typical horn structure, but you'll see the one that's now walking just behind him, quite wide. John, I'm sure there's an antelope species that's endangered. I'm trying to think of. I know there's certain dwarf antelopes as well. I think the sunnies are one of the dwarf antelopes that we don't have it around this side. I think more towards the northern side of Kruger, and as well as further in towards Botswana. We've got the little sunny, and I think they are seen as endangered species. I'm just trying to think of what other species would all be endangered. Sure. Maybe if you guys know at home, let me know, please. It'd be fantastic. I'd love to know. I think they said there's only like about 3 or 4 species that's actually seen under the UICN list that is actually seen as endangered. I'm trying to figure out exactly which ones are they. Yeah, it looks like those females are definitely. It looks like the one female in front is quite pregnant. Now in Namibia, do they drop their lambs a little bit different, or like at different times? Could be. Maybe because it's all to do with your rainy seasons and the rainy times. You know, the seasons are a little bit different compared to the eastern side of South Africa. But yeah, I think when it comes to endangered, I mean, like, I think your springbuck, gazelle, impala, kudu, a lot of them around these big reserves, the numbers are doing really well, and I don't see them being too much in the red list at all. Definitely not the impala in the Greater Kruger Park, because there is, I think, about half a million of impala that's been, that was the last census of impalas that's around the Greater Kruger Park, so definitely they're not endangered. Same here, I was looking at Kokuya at the moment. I'm just looking at the numbers of springbuck that's been coming down here. The same as gemsbok and the kudu. It's definitely thriving in these areas. I'm trying to get back to where those eland are. So definitely I was enjoying those youngsters. The little calves. I'm trying to find them. At the bottom there. Those two little ones just kind of working their way around those little rocks to get to one. I'm sure the other one belongs to another female. I don't think they will have twins. I'm sure they'll just have one calf. I think the two of them are just sticking together. And of course, Rodney, no, not that I've seen it. I mean, if it's different, a different herd with the same species, I mean, you're not going to have any conflict. Unless it's like, for instance, like if you got impalas and your males is a different story because your males are going to be competing for harems. But the females are not going to compete. They're not going to have any conflict with one another because those harems will change all the time. And the numbers will change all the time in those harems. But when it comes to the males, keeping our harem, yes, of course, if one's got a harem on one side, another male's got a harem on another side, and that male decides to leave his harem and head towards the other male, of course, there will be a little bit of sparring or chasing or grunting and going between each other. But other than that, there won't be anything really kind of heavy and like I'm going to say, they won't go and attack them for no reason. They won't do that kind of stuff. It's more just to kind of keep the females in the area. But if it comes to different species, all to all, but they won't really mind each other. So you'll find sometimes the kudus will walk past these elands and they will ignore each other completely. There's no animosity between each other, between the species. And it's not like they're territorial, so it's also not like if you're looking at lion prides and the best things, just look at like lion prides or even wild dog packs. That's different, they kind of hold an area, and if another pride comes into another pride's territory, yes, then there is going to be conflict. They're going to try and defend their territory, try and keep the other pride away from entering further towards or deeper into the other pride's territory. So there will be conflict there. I've seen it before when it came to the Ottawa Lions and the Shimungwe Lion Pride many years ago. There in the western Sabi Sands, and all of a sudden the Ottawa Pride came in towards where the Shimungwe Pride was, and it was just complete chaos. They chased each other all over the show. One or two grabbed individuals. It was quite a vicious fight with certain individuals there, but those prides definitely were having a conflict between each other, so it was not, definitely there was no peace there. That does happen, but I think when it comes to antelopes, I don't think they have that kind of, how can I say, aggression to them. They're trying to defend the area. You might even have an elephant coming. I'm looking at us on the Djuma Dam side. I haven't seen a single elephant coming through. You see one elephant. One elephant. You can do it. But definitely this Okukuri is a place I want to go to, just to go take a look, just be there firsthand. I want to go there, I want to go take a look at it. I'd love to just to have a day or two venturing around this reserve. It must be quite phenomenal, something different. And I can't see where all these animals are all coming from the tree line, and how deep it goes and how far it goes. David, no, not our antelope. Our antelopes, they pretty much keep their horns throughout their lives. It's not really like if you're looking at the deers, the white-tailed deer, the reindeers, pretty much there in the States. I mean, I know that they pretty much shed their horns, or the antlers. With ours, all our antelope, they keep their horns throughout their lives. I don't think maybe it could break off during sparring or something. Maybe once the horns become a little bit of age, and if they are sparring, maybe for a harem or for mating or something like that. Yes, it could maybe snap off. And if that horn does snap off quite low to the skull area, it pretty much damages the nerves. And once it damages those nerves, it won't grow back again. It's usually, most of the time, all the antelopes in these areas, they will hold their horns for the rest of their lives. And growing a little bit, especially when you're coming to something like your kudu, your nyala, things like that. You start seeing those beautiful white tips right on top of their horns. You'll find that that is pretty much as far as it will grow.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
I'm sure there's some animals coming down to the plane. Definitely activity. Alright, well, we're going to just try and take a look a little bit further on. Let's head over to Madikwe with Lauren. She's got some special bird to show you.
Good morning, everyone. We are having the coolest sighting in Madikwe Game Reserve. We do have a big raptor here who's been eyeing up the bandied mongoose that are running all around the ground. I can't see them right now. Guinea fowl are losing their mind over this scenario. And we don't get to see raptors often. I don't know if this is a steppe eagle. I'm struggling to see. It looks bigger than a tawny to me. It's obviously got really, really fluffy legs, feathery legs going all the way down. And I just can't get my binos sharp enough to look for the key features that you do sort of use when separating these different species. So tell me, everyone, what do you guys at home think this species is? Madikwe is an incredible reserve. You will see we're surrounded by zebra, wildebeest, kudu, the lot, but we don't get to see raptors too often. That's why this is so exciting. My name is Lauren and Javi is on camera, and I wonder what this raptor is going to do, because it's interesting. It was following all the mongoose all around. Listen to the guinea fowl. Unbelievable chaos, and it's all because of the arrival of this guy. Now when you look at the steppe, you should be able to see the gape extends way past the eye. It doesn't in the tawny. Those are the things you've got to look for. It is tricky for me. Generally steppes are bigger and darker, and that's what I'm thinking right now. But Mark, you're asking, are all raptor species diurnal? Good question. So first, in order to answer that, you've got to ask yourself, what is a raptor? Raptors are birds that use their powerful sharp talons to capture prey and to defend themselves, but really to capture prey. So it's those birds that swoop down, seize the prey in their talons, will eventually kill the prey, and then they will shred and tear with their beak. So it's those that seize. And this is because the word raptor actually comes from a Latin verb rapiere, and it means to grab, to seize, to carry away. And it's used in English right through until today. But that's where the word raptor comes from. So it doesn't apply to one specific type of bird or one specific family of birds. It is a sort of category. Sorry, I thought he was going to swoop down there. It is a category based on the way that they seize their prey and utilize those talons. So eagles are considered raptors, hawks, kites, falcons, and owls. Mark. So in answer to your question, no, they're not all diurnal. As we know, most owls, not all, but most owls are nocturnal. So they do have very keen eyesight, most raptors, because they're spotting their prey using their eyesight, but not all. Obviously, owls are a slightly different type of bird in that they have unique specializations to adapt, which have adapted to hunting and specializing in the animals and dark. So most raptors, yes, Mark, but not all, believe it or not. Sometimes it's a bit of a grey area, but vultures can be considered raptors too, because although they do eat carrion and they're often seen at carcasses, they do utilize their talons. So whether you agree with that, whether you don't, I'm not sure, but sometimes they are also considered raptors. Picasso, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you guys, steppe, eagle, or tawny. I think steppe. But my binos just can't get me into the face close enough. You need to look for various different features, especially that gape, that yellow line of the mouth. That's what I'm really trying to spot, and my binos just can't get me sharp enough from here. Does look bigger than a tawny, and it's obviously very dark in color, but you do get dark tawnies too. But Picasso, I'm asking you guys, is it a steppe or a tawny? It was all quiet and peaceful here, and we were about to show you guys the zebra. And then all of a sudden this raptor came in, which was really exciting for me. I thoroughly enjoy spending time with different types of animals, and raptors are definitely at the top of my list. They do have a sense of smell. Birds absolutely do smell, and he will have a sense of hearing, or sort of he will be able to hear. But his eyesight will be unbelievable, and that's really the primary sense of all the senses that he will be utilizing. Logan, you have said lesser spotted eagle. I just wonder what features you're picking out there that's making you say that. Please do share them with us. You guys will have a much better view than I will have. But I'm just wondering, what is it about this bird that is making you say lesser spotted eagle? Like looking all around, unfazed by the soaring temperatures. My goodness, it's so hot today. Repositioning our body. Skinny fell sounds like a really bad ringtone from the early 2000s. But this bird was following the banded mongoose. And they were running, and then the guinea fowl started. And it's amazing when you just stop, you pay attention, you can start to sort of understand why the guinea fowl are really upset right now. And they are very upset. I don't know why we don't see as many raptors here as we do in the likes of Djuma. We definitely see a lot there, and it's wonderful, and you just get kind of accustomed to seeing so many. I don't know if there's a high density there or there's a particularly low density here. I'm not sure. Beautiful. Simon, good question, but it's just very broad. You're asking, when hunting for food, do eagles have a preference? Now remember, there are all sorts of different types of eagles. There are your sort of main eagles, like your tawny, lesser spotted, steppe, varroes, crowns. But then you also get your fish eagle. And you'll also get your snake eagles, which I guess are not true eagles, so you're probably not asking about them. You get hawk eagles. So I think each species will sort of specialize and prefer a different type of food, to be honest. I'm not sure that I could answer that question for the entire category of eagles. But some species you will find at carcasses. They will absolutely, depending on the area, take a nibble or two out of the carcass, eat carrion. And then a lot of them are opportunistic. So really in the wild, although many species across the board will have preferences, what you've got to remember is it's all about opportunity. You can really afford to go hungry because you're being fussy like humans. And tawny eagles, for example, I used to see a lot of them in Djuma. They will really specialize on small mammals and small birds. But of course, in summer, the whole availability of prey changes, the diversity of prey changes, and they'll go for reptiles, which are more readily available, frogs, which are just everywhere right now. Some even go for fish. It's not just fish eagles that will sort of hunt fish. So will the tawnies, so will other species of eagles. And even insects. If there's a big beetle on the ground and they're hungry, they absolutely will. So I don't think I really can answer that question. It would depend on the species and the season. Just stunning, absolutely stunning. And the most amazing thing about birds of prey, your raptors, they actually have two acute zones for vision in each eye. One that looks, two lenses if you like, one that looks forward and another that looks out at a 45-degree angle. So not quite 90, not quite an L-bend, but half of that. And the side-facing one, that 45-degree one, is actually sharper. And that's the one that most species use when hunting. So, for example, when a peregrine falcon dives after a pigeon, it doesn't plunge straight at the prey. If you watch it, it doesn't make a direct beeline, if you like, for the prey. What it does is it sort of flies along a descending spiral, if you like. And that's the only way that this falcon, whilst flying at speed, is able to keep the pigeon, for example, its prey, in its side eye. It needs to constantly keep the prey that it's going after at a particular angle, not straight on. And then it's got to battle against keeping a streamlined shape. Aerial flight requires being streamlined. So it's got to keep its head down to maintain a streamlined shape for aerial flight, but then also keep the prey positioned at a very specific angle to utilize that second acute lens where the vision is much sharper. All of that's got to be considered whilst flying. I think that's pretty remarkable. And some birds of prey will actually prefer to use one eye over the other, and the peregrine falcon actually uses its right eye to track prey. It's been proven that it's using its right eye especially to track the prey and not the left. So I'm assuming that will differ on an individual basis, maybe even a species basis, but I just think that's fascinating. It chooses one eye to track. That's quite common among birds. They are able to do that. When eyes see distinct views, if you like, those eyes can actually be used for separate tasks. But remember, many birds of prey can't move their eyes without turning their heads. So it's not a case of sort of giving someone the side eye. They don't have that benefit of vision. They actually have to move their head entirely in order to move their eyes. Their eyes are actually so big on the inside that you can't see that they touch each other almost inside the skull. There's not really any room for the eyes. They've got to move their head. Well, Tandy, we don't actually know what species it is. I was hoping someone would confirm for me. But I did just go through Tawny, which was one of my assumptions. But I guess my other option is steppe. And steppe eagles love termites. Absolutely adore termites in summer. They will also go for small mammals, small birds, and they really sort of specialize in quelea nestlings. So they'll raid nests. They're known to sort of, queleas are the most common bird in this area, in many areas, and they are known to raid the nests for the little nestlings. But just like the tawny, they will have a broad diet, but they love termites. Why not? I mean, termites are juicy, fat, packed with protein, fatty acids, all sorts of vitamins and minerals. But Tandy, I just don't know what this is yet. Like I always say, sometimes it's amazing to just sit and watch the animal. Just watch and listen. The sounds around us right now are incredible. Don't even know if you can hear me over the racket of the guinea fowl. And you know, every bird's visual field is different. A vulture, one that's soaring in the sky, one that's soaring and scanning the ground, might I add, can actually see other vultures flying next to it without having to turn. So vultures generally sort of flock together and mob together, if you like, in order when a carcass is nearby. So that's why it's got to be cautious that when it is soaring and when it is scanning the ground, it may bump into a neighbour. It's entirely possible. But vultures are able to pay attention to the ground and the neighbours on either side without having to turn its head. A heron, for example, their visual field covers 180 degrees in the vertical. So even when they're standing upright, with its beak pointing straight ahead, if you like, they can see fish swimming at their feet. That's so cool. And that's why a heron will, let's just take a grey heron for example, will just stand remarkably still in the water column waiting for its moment. Because it can see. It doesn't need to look down. It just needs to stay still, keep its head up, and it can see what's happening at its feet. A mallard duck, their visual field is completely panoramic. They have no blind spot above or behind. So when these ducks are sitting on the surface of the lake just chilling, having a great time, they can actually see the entire sky without moving. The entire sky. That's crazy. So when it comes to visual fields and how animals see, within birds it's definitely not the same across the board. Because we always say bird's eye view, don't we? Well, we say that quite a lot. But actually, what are we seeing? We tend to mean from height. Maybe if you're using a drone or you're standing on top of a mountain, you've got a bird's eye view. But actually, the avian world is very different when it comes to the bird's eye view. It's really fascinating when you start to dig into the scene seasoning and start comparing. Looking at all the different birds. And yes, we know they're visual. Great. Okay, you've said they're visual. Fantastic. Got that. But how are they visual? What aspects of their vision are they using? And how is their eye developed? Eyes are very complex organs. I was hoping this guy was going to swoop down, but I feel like maybe now he's just chilling. And there's a great example of a video that went viral on the old internet. And it was of a pheasant. I think it was a male Argus pheasant who was showing off to the female, and he was displaying his dazzling plumage and just trying to look utterly fantastic and, you know, doing a little dance. But the female just looked off to the side. And this went absolutely viral because to humans, well, I don't really see Darby dancing and showing off his plumage to me anytime soon. But if a human was to do that and the female just looked away, in the human perspective, that's rejection. And that's how it was taken, that this poor, pheasant was doing all sorts of things and the female just looked away, not interested. But actually, she was looking right at him. She was impressed. It's the complete opposite of how humans took it. She was looking right at him with her side-facing visual field. We completely misinterpreted that. And yes, it's funny and it's just a video that went viral. But at the same time, it was completely interpreted in the wrong way, and that male was successful and the female was interested in all of his antics. It's just she was looking at him with her side eye. I think we misinterpret animals a lot, especially on these videos that we see. Okay, we're definitely going to sit here because we are literally surrounded by animals, but we're going to send you guys back over to Cedric, who's in Djuma.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Yes, fantastic. Nice to have that amazing eagle there at Madikwe. To me, it looked like a little bit like well, from my side, I think it may be a lesser spotted eagle, just because of the gape. I think that gape of it's very difficult between the steppe eagle and the lesser spotted eagle. I just find that the gape of the lesser spotted eagle extends a little bit further back towards the eye side, where of course steppe eagle is not so far back. But yes, I am here at the Djuma Dam Cam. As you can see, we have got our Egyptian geese with their little 3 little ducklings, absolutely adorable as always. And I'm glad that the 3 little youngsters are still doing quite well and enjoying a little bit of feeding around mom and dad. I know that they did have 4 not long ago. And Karen, as I said, Karen did give us an update about the 4th one was taken by a snake. I think it was during the night time, if I'm not mistaken. But look at that. Aren't they so sweet? But they're not too old. I think about a week old, week and a half. And the female, she'll usually lay around about, when she does lay, in the burrows or in a tree, or sometimes they'll even use abandoned nest where they'll lay a clutch of eggs of around about maybe 20, between 5 and 8 eggs, and sometimes even 9. We've seen 9 before. And then she will incubate those eggs up to about a month, from about 25 to 30 days, until the little ones will hatch. And of course, mom and dad will start calling them, they can come to the ground, and then yes, they'll start doing exactly what these 3 little ones are doing, moving around under the very close eye of mom and dad. You can see how they're just moving and making sure that the 3 little chicks are kept safe. There is a Nile monitor that has been hanging around here at Djuma Dam. Nice, quite a large one. So sometimes they have to always keep their eyes open for that Nile monitor, because the Nile monitor will definitely take that opportunity. He's one of these chicks. And eating this, picking up a little bit of the seeds around there on the side of the dam. So, enjoying it. Lisa, so you say, what is the eyesight of Egyptian geese? Average size of Egyptian geese. Well, the average size of Egyptian geese, I mean, Egyptian geese can get up to, I think it's around about, if I'm not mistaken, 4 kilograms. So that's pretty much the average size. Well, that is going to be just the size of them. I think about 4 kg. So I'm thinking, yeah, usually about 1.5 to 4 kilograms. And the size of them and the height is usually about 60 to 70 centimeters. Also quite 60 centimeters. So that is they're quite large. I mean, they are quite large. And I mean, but the little ones, the little ducklings that you see now are very small. I think they are maybe like 100 grams. Even they are very small compared to the adults. But I love watching them, especially when they've got a whole lot of them together. It's quite fascinating, and it's amazing how protective the parents are with these youngsters. So if any bird or anything is looking a little bit suspicious around the area, they will definitely try and head out to that area and try and chase off whatever is threatening the little chicks. I love them to bits. Picking up especially all the little nice small seedlings that are hanging around the areas now at the moment. As well, sometimes you'll find, even though if you get something like the wild raisin bush, so they've got those little raisins that's coming through, like little fruits, and actually when they drop those little seeds on the ground, Egyptian geese love them, and those wild raisin bushes usually hang around these water areas as well. A nice food source for them. Just not too long ago, I was actually looking at the dam cam, and there were the little blacksmith lapwings, and funny enough, they were actually following the little Nile monitor that was swimming in the water, and they were just following it all along the bank until it went into an area where like there was a fallen over tree, and pretty much exactly where the Egyptian geese are heading to. Very interesting to see if that Nile monitor is there. You'll see that these Egyptian geese very quickly they will react to that monitor. Tina, with the Egyptian geese, they can lay between, of course, 5 to 8 eggs. So at one go, 5 to 8 eggs. And as I said, they all usually put them in sometimes they've got a little like a nest in the tree, sometimes in a little burrow, like a little kind of dugout burrow, in a cliff, abandoned nest. So they'll utilize several different kind of nesting areas if they need to. But I mean, like, out of if say for instance if they have 8 ducklings, I mean, for them to get to adulthood, especially there at Djuma, it's not great because there's a lot of predators around. You got from birds of prey to snakes. Like of course we lost the one to a snake. The monitors. There's several things that will actually go for them, and even lions. I think it was not long ago. I think it was the Nkuhuma sub-adults that actually dived into a little pan where there were a few like older ducklings around that area, and unfortunately they tried to grab a few of them. So yeah, it's a very tough life. Got to be very careful. They've got to be especially that they do roam on the ground most of the day. So they are very vulnerable to that. Alright, well these two Egyptian geese have settled down with their three little ones. Let's head over to Okakwio Dam Camp to see what's happening around that side. Alright, we're back here at Okakwio. Still very, very active. Still a lot of things happening around here. Still quite a scorching day, as you can see. Not a cloud in the sky. And seeing all these amazing animals coming down. And once again, we've got Egyptian geese at the bottom of the screen. Everywhere there's Egyptian geese. And loads of springbuck. Unfortunately, no lucky Lisa magic with the rhino coming through for now. I'm sure maybe later this afternoon. I'm sure that rhino usually comes quite late once it starts cooling down. But for now, it's just a lot of other interesting species, zebras. I think quite a few of them coming through, and as well as gemsbok, oryx. Oh, that one definitely wants to go in the center of the pan. I think you get some fresh legs. Sorry, Dee, can you go with Iggy's question again? Iggy, we're talking about which antelope has the longest lifespan. Sure, Iggy. That'll be very interesting to know. I think, I don't know, most of them will get to plus minus around about 10, 11 years old. What is chasing? Something like on the Friday. 10, 11, but I'm not too sure exactly which antelope's going to have the longest lifespan. I don't think they will get too old. I don't think they'll go over to the age of about 15. I can't think that the antelope can get past that. But I might be wrong. Maybe somebody can give me an idea on maybe you know some antelope around that can live longer than that, than 15. It'll be quite interesting to see. So I'm trying to think maybe. I still say, I always say with the antelopes, it's always around a bit like from 8 years old to about 11 years old. Unless it's an antelope kept in captivity, where of course, that's also a different situation because then the feed is different. The wear and tear on the molars is not as as heavy as one pretty much antelope that's in the wild. When it comes to wild animals, you'll find that the wear and tear is much heavier on the teeth. That's why you always find even elephants, for instance, wear and tear on elephants' teeth. In the Greater Kruger Park compared to elephants in Botswana, it's completely different because it's the vegetation that's different. So elephants in the Greater Kruger Park, they eat real rough stuff. So there's a lot of wear and tear on their molars compared to elephants in Botswana. More reeds, grass, less wear and tear. So I always say elephants, in Botswana live at least maybe about plus minus 10 years older compared to elephants in the Greater Kruger Park. So it also depends on area and all that, area specific. Well, I might be wrong. I'm just trying to think. I think they even say, I think there was just thinking about it now, there was a recorded for Gemsbok. Now, this is a Gemsbok, yeah. It's actually in captivity, lived up to 23 years. 23 years. So it just shows you, in captivity, completely different. Maybe in the wild it might live a little bit longer than 15. Maybe in a Gemsbok there's an antelope that does live up to a good age. I mean, if I'm looking at giraffe around the area, that will get up to about 20 to 25 years old. Maybe up to 20. You never know. I might be mistaken on that. I love that Gemsbok in the center of the pan. Of course, this pan definitely gets pumped with water. You can see a lot of the inflow on the one side. All the rocks is coming out in the foreground. And just to make sure that there is still good water source out here. As you know, water source is very, very important to animals and to everything. Water is life. And clearly this shows you, this is a perfect example that water is life. And there's so much life around here. It's also one of the things that I haven't seen for a long time. Only time I've seen a Gemsbok is that time when I went to Namibia, and that was in 2011, 2012. I went to Namibia and got to see, but there was Gemsbok everywhere. It was actually stunning just to see them live, which was amazing. All right, well, we're going to continue just looking around here at Okukweo. Let's head over to Madikwe to Lauren to see what she's got to show you.
Are you getting any comms? I can see that she's talking, but I'm not getting anything.
Stand by one. Lauren.
Right, we are back here at Okukweo and still looking at these amazing animals all over the show. And of course, once again, our beautiful zebras. It's just also enjoying a drink here. But yeah, enough with the zebras. Especially in places like Okukweo now, where it's getting now for today, it's getting so hot, 36 to 40 degrees Celsius. If that's happening, you can understand that black and white is important to them, on top of their defense as well. So defense, first of all, it is one of the things they use in case if it's a lion that's singling them out, and if they do chase him, all the black and white stripes sometimes confuse the lion on exactly which one it has singled out. On top of that, with hot days like this, it is very important. We know that black definitely absorbs the heat much more compared to white, where white reflects it. So with that alternation of black, white, it really keeps them nice and cool on very, very hot days. It's the same as your wildebeest. The wildebeest has got the same kind of makeup. If you actually sometimes look carefully on a wildebeest, it's got that typical dark light shading as well. And just really assists them to keep nice and cool on hot days. But I do enjoy watching zebras, and especially sometimes you can actually look at their stripes, and each one's stripes is different. Each one's got a different pattern, just like the fingerprint, as well as sometimes you can actually see like claw marks on the back. So like what's amazing, because their skin is so tight, and it's wrapped really tight. It's like almost like a wetsuit, wrapped tight around their body. And if a lion does try and grab it from behind, of course many times those claws will actually just kind of cut through the hide and will just slip off and fall away. So that's also sometimes I'd always take a look around on the zebras behind, and sometimes you see nice claw marks on them. Sometimes it looks quite sore, but definitely at least it's surviving. Oh, there's a little one. He's going trying to get over all the little rocks. Wait for me, Mom. My legs ain't as steady as yours. There we go, Sham. Very cute little one. Trying to follow Mom there. And just concentrating as hard as possible, trying to maneuver across this area with all these rocks that's underfoot or under hoof. And very much the grazing grounds as well for zebras, because a lot of times when I see the zebras coming into picture, they're all coming in from that one left-hand side, and you can see quite a huge herd now of zebras heading back, heading left again towards that tree line. So maybe I'm sure that there's a lot of nice grazing areas around that area and further in. It's the same as the wildebeest as well, so that many times I've come through. But on top of that, they're as well eating something that's on this clearing. I'm not too sure, I can't see if it's grass, but it must be. Eating something around there, maybe little young shoots that's coming through, and they're just picking it off at the moment. But yeah, I just see really white. I see just white sand there. But yeah, we're gonna leave my stripes here at Okaukuria and let's head over to the northwest at Madikwe with Lauren, as she's got her stripes to show you.
That's going on around us right now. We did have tiny little baby warthogs that we thought were in that pan. Oh no, there they are. Sorry, it's really bright and it's just blazing our eyeballs into our sockets. Is that their little burrow they've just laid down? What? Oh no, this is really cute. Hyperactive hour. Oh, I'm so tempted to see if we can get a little bit closer. Did you have too much coffee? I know the feels. Wildy, you're bombing my shot. Oh, but you've got a calf, so that's okay. Look at that, piglets and calf in one frame. Liz, definitely a lovely sighting. Lovely sighting indeed. This is too cute. You don't need to hear me talk right now. Let's just sit and enjoy this really lovely sighting. Where have they gone, Davi? Sometimes when warthog piglets sit down, they just look like rocks. Oh, we're stumbling. Oh, everybody's new to the world today. I'm scanning with my binos and I literally cannot see these piglets. They've disappeared. I think I'm just going to try and get a little bit closer because zebras in particular here in Madikwe are unbelievably relaxed. I'm not worried about that. But there's so many lovely things to see. Don't want to scare away the piglets though, so if you see them, Darby, let me know. I do see them, they're next to Mom. This is such a productive area of Madikwe. Every time we come here, there's always something to see. I think there's a really high mineral content here, not entirely sure why, in the soil. There's water, albeit not very much. Lots of shade, great vegetation if I was a herbivore. And they just seem to love it here. Is this where we saw the leopard the other day as well? Baboons, dassies. Hello, zebra. How are you? How is this, Darby? Okay, I'm gonna try and take it from here. Piglets are just too cute. My beagle used to do that when she was a puppy. Just get hyperactive moments where she just used to bounce from sofa to sofa and turn round in circles, run up and down the stairs 100 times, and I feel like that's what was happening with those little piglets. Not very scientific, I know, but it just seemed to be a surge in energy from them all. Randy, these babies have captured your heart. Piglets always do, and I don't know why. Darby and I on Escape to Nature, maybe a week or so ago now, came across brand new piglets. They were so small. I've never seen piglets that small before, and they really captured my heart. I think these ones, it's difficult to tell from a distance, but oh, they're not newborn. They're walking well. They're still tiny, but I don't know why warthog piglets have this way of capturing our hearts, so I do agree. Diederik's cuckoo never stops. It's amazing the diversity we have around us right now. We don't really get such high numbers of different species together in one area. In Djuma, I would say, I'm just making a comparison. I think Madikwe definitely is a winning point for Madikwe. I mean, we are surrounded right now by extremely relaxed animals, all just going about their day. But with the really high temperatures that we're experiencing, what that's going to mean is it's going to dry up these little puddles. So until the next rain, water's not going to be really readily available in this little spot. It still seems to be a great spot for eating the soil, geophagia. They all seem to love it. I've watched impala do it, which is unusual. I've never seen that before. Zebra, the kudu were doing it, elephants. It's fascinating. I'm still waiting on my birth, though. That is yet to happen. Leopard lover, you are saying the comms are very bad today, I'm afraid, that this is the African bush for you and you absolutely love it. Definitely missing part of those comms, but it's good to hear from you, leopard lover, and you'll be glad to know this is exactly where we saw the leopard the other day. What a sighting. I honestly thought I would leave Madikwe next month and not have that sighting. That was something that Davi and I have been speaking about and speaking about. Imagine we find a leopard up on the rocks. What are you doing? You're on camera. And Davi always says, Lauren, look up at the rocks, look up at the rocks. And I'll say, I'm looking up at the rocks. Never did we ever think we were going to... Oh, that's very 10 out of 10. Yes. Never did we ever think that we would look up and see a leopard. A magnificent male, might I add, just sawing and dominating and looking over in his realm. Thinking in his head that we didn't see him. Of course, he has no knowledge that we are wild earth and we see everything. And we've obviously got a really powerful camera, but it was just a great sighting, and it was here, literally in this exact spot. Madikwe definitely isn't a Sabi Sands in terms of leopard sightings, but it's so wonderful in so many other ways. The density of animals here, the population numbers are just through the roof. I mean, even lions. Yesterday we bumped into about 3 different lions. Oh my goodness, another lion. And really high population of elephants, as we know. They've got a bit of an issue with elephants, and I mean, how do you resolve overpopulation of elephants, really, when you don't want to cull, which is completely agreeable? Where do you go with the next steps? I've mentioned before, but Madikwe are thinking about opening a conservation corridor to the Pilanesberg, which will be really, really fascinating. It'll be interesting to sort of be a researcher and see how that will actually work. What animals are going to move? Are animals going to move and come back? Are they going to move and never come back? It's going to be really fascinating, but they are thinking about doing that. Conservation corridors are really sort of the way forward in terms of conservation in many areas. It's a really interesting topic. And it's not a corridor like you and I would think of it. It's basically just an area. Corridor is sort of just a word they use. It's just a habitat area connecting different places or different populations that would normally be separated by human structures like fences. But when you take down the fence and you create a corridor, it's going to open up a lot of movement. And you've got to think about movements on a species basis, but also at a genetic level. It's important to have movements within populations. Are we having a bum scratch? Everybody needs a bum scratch now and then. Davi, the little piglets are back, look. Do you see them? Oh, I think they're actually wallowing and having a bum scratch too. sweet. Oh, Mum is right in there. Yes, James, it is relaxing indeed. We haven't moved. Well, we moved. I obviously moved the car while we were alive. But what I mean is we haven't moved area. We're literally in the same area where we started, and there's just so much to see. Oh, everyone's going in for a wallow. I'm jealous. Don't forget to send in your questions. So Escape to Nature is all about escaping to nature together. It's very immersive, and we spend long time with animals, which means we can really get into discussion topics. And as some of you know, I love discussions. So if there is anything that you want to discuss, just let us know. Bum scratching is out, though. We will not discuss that. And although, like James said, thinking that this is relaxing, and absolutely is, it makes me think so much wider than that, you know. When you're surrounded by a plethora of different species, different sizes, different types of species, different species with different social structures and different diets, and all these things that you're surrounded by, does make me think how it really is important to step away from the A plus B equals C sort of way that humans think when it comes to science. And I touched on this yesterday during Safari Live, but ecology really isn't a science. A book said, try and think of it more like a poetic science, more like a poem. And I thought, wow, that is so applicable when you look around right now, because ecology includes the importance of time. We forget about time. Movements, rhythms, sounds, smells, the invisible, the barely audible, the barely detectable, so many things, the chemical. That's ecology. And if ecology really does encompass all of those things, then it's not really a science. Oh. Getting all of Mummy's attention. Yes, some aspects of the animal kingdom is science when you sort of order things. You order families and genus and species and subspecies, absolutely, that's all important. But when it comes to ecology, it's not really a science in the traditional sense, is it? And I always think about that when we're sitting here. Yes, I'm relaxed, but I'm also thinking there is so much going on here. There's a massive raptor behind us scanning for prey, mongoose running for cover, helmeted guinea fowl losing their mind and trying to alarm to everyone that there's an issue. There are just birds calling all around. I can barely even stop to identify each one. There are zebras just grazing and playing and rolling around, scratching their butt. There's a family here, a mother and her offspring. Look. Oh. There's a mother and offspring. There are insects buzzing about everywhere, fluttering, making use of the solar power before the sun goes down. So really, when it comes to nature and scenes like this, you've got to dig deeper. Look at the butterflies, you can see them. Egyptian geese just chilling. You've got to dig deeper to see what is really at work. Think like a mountain. Think with nature and not about nature. Love it. To me, you're 10 years old and I don't know, I'm afraid. I don't know how fast baby warthogs can run. I imagine it's quite fast, but unfortunately I don't have a speed for you. They look like they're very nimble on their feet. Most sort of herbivore species are. They stay in the womb a very long time, which means that they're very well developed. And then when they finally enter into the world, when mom gives birth to them, they're normally standing very quickly, which is nothing like a human. And they're normally walking and then running. So I don't know how fast they run, I'm afraid, but I do think they can run very fast. You can see that they can run very fast. These guys are full of beans. A lovely breeze has just came out of nowhere. They're just being so entertaining. I think we can just watch these guys for the rest of the show. What was that? That was a real ballerina move. To me, you can see how agile they are and how quickly they're moving for their size. Sorry, I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing because my heart is so full of warmth right now. It's really cute. They're just spinning in circles. Monty P, I'm sure they have. They are full of beans. You're saying you think they've had too much Christmas sweets. Oh, Mum's coming in. She's like, enough now. They do look like they've got a mad sugar rush. Now they're hungry. I just noticed that young zebra to the right as well. They've just given up. I've been focusing so much on the warthog piglets. That little foal has also thought, oh, I need to rest now. I promise you it's alive. Sometimes when foals lie down like that, it looks a little bit worrying, but it's just resting. Miles, interesting question, because when you look at the warthog, you will see tusks. You'll see big tusks jutting out. They can actually make them look quite scary, to be honest, and can be really dangerous, because not only is there a big set on the upper jaw that you can see that's really obvious, there's actually a secret set on the lower jaw. Not exactly a secret, but they're hidden. And those are really dangerous, especially if a warthog was to sort of run out at you. Now, these are just canine teeth. It's not the same as elephants, whereas elephants, it's elongated incisors that make the tusks. But here, it literally is enlarged canine teeth. So when you're asking, do they have sharp teeth? I guess, yes, they do. They are sharp. They can really injure you. They could shatter your entire leg bone if they run at you from a burrow. But I have a funny feeling you were asking about the other teeth that are sort of set in the mouth. And no, they are not sharp. Normally you'll find any herbivore that really has to sort of chew and break down the food. They will not really have sharp teeth per se. Sharp teeth normally you will find in the carnivores or maybe omnivores that really have to sort of shred and tear and bite through things. But in answer to your question, I guess, yes, they do have sharp teeth because those tusks are sharp and they are teeth. Just laughing at all the hilarious things animals do. Zebras, when they do their roly-polies, really, it's ridiculous. One. Alana, the zebra could be doing a number of things. When it's shaking, it's probably not trying to shake off ticks per se. I would say it's trying to shake off flies and things that are landing and crawling on it. Normally, once a tick latches on, believe it or not, the organisms do not tend to feel it. There's a bit of an anesthetic property in the saliva of a tick when it first latches on. Humans don't even really feel it. Sometimes you'll find ticks and you'll think, huh? How did that happen? So no, I wouldn't say she's trying to shake off ticks, but I think she's shaking to get rid of all the flies and all the ants and all the things that are buzzing and crawling around her face. But when they roll around and scratch like that, I think it should generally, it maybe does dislodge ticks, but I think it just genuinely feels amazing. I think it's a great feeling to sort of scratch all those itchies and itch all those scratchies. Just sitting here is really quite something. It's just all the sounds. There's a little wildebeest calf over there as well, Davi. I'm not sure if you can get it from how I positioned. But I think for the next moment or two, let's just sit and listen to all the wonderful sounds around us. Unfortunately, a lot of the animals are starting to disappear, but that's okay. We're going to hang around here a little bit longer. It really is a hot spot. I'm guessing it's to do with something to do with all the mountains that we're surrounded by here in the northwest corner of Madikwe. I'm hoping for some elephants today too. We may have to go in search of them though. Gonna stay here a little bit longer just in case some elephants rock up. But we are gonna send you over to Cedric in Okakoya, who has some springbok coming to drink.
Yes, thank you so much, Lauren. Very, very nice. Nice sighting of that female warthogs with 3 little piglets. Absolutely interesting and so cute. I absolutely love it when they start running after each other and start playing around and tackling each other. Definitely a fantastic sighting, that. But yes, I'm still at Okakoyo. Just taking a look. We did have an elephant just recently, but looks like he just came in for a quick drink and he disappeared. Quickly as he came, as quickly as he went. Always just nice looking around. So I had a question earlier on about the ages of the antelope and which one gets to, gets the oldest and all. And I've taken a look here now. At the moment, I've seen that your Gemsbok, pretty much the antelope that's in the background here with the straight horns, they get to between the ages of from about 15 to 20 years old. So that is actually, and I thought I thought not many antelopes will really get over the age of 15, but yeah, 15 to 20 for the Gemsbok. So yeah, that is definitely a fine age, and I think it's nice to know. It seems like the larger the antelopes, the older they can get, but then you look at your kudu. Your kudu only gets up to about 9-10 years old. So sometimes it's good as a play around with that. And they say as well with the eland, so the eland's the same, pretty much the same as the Gemsbok. So eland is around about 15 to 20 years old as well. Of course, once again, in captivity it's a little bit longer, but I'm talking about the wild. So it is a fairly good age that these antelopes get to. And they are remarkable. They are absolutely beautiful. And the more I actually look at them, at these Gemsbok, the more I actually fall in love with them, because it's just try and get a little bit closer on their faces. The patterning on their faces is amazing. That white and the black faces and the white, almost looks like they're all wearing vigilante masks on them, which is absolutely so cute. And of course, got that beautiful black raw line coming down on the side of their faces, all with some white stripes. Yeah, they are beautiful. And just like the eland, so of course your Gemsbok, when it comes to feeding, the diet of the eland, it's really much as a grazing, and they can as well browse, eat little seeds, fruits, berries, pods, things like that. Especially when of course the nice greenery starts coming through in the background, they tend to go into those areas to go and feed. But for now it is quite warm still beside, so I think they are just hanging around Okakoyo Pan. A lonely male wildebeest there far in the distance, right in the background. And usually if it's a female, they'll tend to move more in the herds with the youngsters. You'll find that the males are very much with little areas, and set areas, little territories, and he'll just stay in that area just by himself. I won't say more vulnerable if it lost one horn or two horns. It depends. I mean, if it loses one horn, I mean, at least it's still got another horn if it has to protect itself from any predators and that. But if it's if it lost two horns, I mean, like the defense for Gemsbok is definitely the horns, as well as sparring between males. That could end up quite bad if he hasn't got the horns. It's the same as if you're taking, for instance, any antelope, even the impala, kudu, nyala. Well, nyala less so, because nyala uses more kind of the strutting situation. But there is certain ones that will actually use their horns for sparring and to try and get dominance over the other ones. So it is very important. So if they do lose the horns, it's not going to be a good thing. One horn, at least you still got some defense. You still got some weapon attached to your head, but would look really strange, a Gemsbok without horns. But I mean, those horns on the Gemsbok, I can imagine if it definitely is one of those. I think Andrew was talking about animals and antelopes. It's pretty much intimidating, and I think the Gemsbok is definitely one of those animals that I do not want to mess with. And it's got two long horns like swords on their head, and I definitely don't want to be messing around with one of them and get speared by one of those horns. Almost as I look at a Gemsbok, it always reminds me as well of an antelope that we get in Kruger National Park called the roan antelope. The roan antelope, you've got those are these big, long, not straight ones, but they are kind of curved back, and also very, very beautiful. Right, I'm going to just take a look. I'm going to scan a little bit to the right here. I know that, as I said, we had a nice big male elephant earlier. I've got a whole lot of wildebeest coming through to the waterhole now. And I'm just going to go and just a little bit of a scan through. And I love the elephants here at Okaukuejo. Last time I was here, I got to see some of the big boys coming through and having a bit of a splash here in this pan. And it is quite amazing, and especially when it comes to that inflow. So the pipe that comes in towards the pan itself. So of course they do pump it from the boreholes, and just to have a nice little pan, a nice little watering hole for the animals. And it is amazing just to see those elephants coming straight to where those inflows are, and to come and have a drink. There's so many wildebeest coming into here now. Wildebeest and zebra. And it is now midday, so I think it is the perfect time for them just to keep cool and go pretty much as far as possible into this water. It will be quite funny if something pops up there in front of them. You'll see all them darting out. I've seen it. I think I saw it earlier today as well. I think it was a jackal that came and approached the watering hole, and everything just took off so quickly. And it's such a fright. A little bit of a, looks like a dust cloud at the back. Looks like a dust cloud at the back, far in that distance. Todd, yes, definitely. I mean, like, they're all very much all together, and all come in harmony this side. But it is absolutely amazing how they don't really bother each other too much, as well as and Ness said that's a predator, even like a little jackal that comes through. But yeah, this seems as well some of the, even the zebra, zebras, the springmare coming down to the bottom left. You can see one of them actually drinking from that pipe, from that nice clean water that comes through. And I know that many times you'll find it is perfect for certain animals, yeah, especially the elephants. And I've, back in the days when I was working at one of the lodges in the sands called the Coral Bush Lodge, and the same thing, we got a pan in front of the lodge. And what happened, they used to always kind of pump their pan with a lister generator, and as soon as that lister went on, you would see all the animals would come down. Not animals, the elephants would come straight towards them. You could hear that lister going. And that's when they would come into the area just to go and grab some clean water coming out of the pipes. Alright, well, we're going to leave these amazing species all having a good old drink here at Okaukuejo. Let's head over to the Eastern Cape, Amakhala, as Andrew's got some amazing antelope to show you.
So we have just managed to find a small group of eland that are trying to sort of take shelter within this this cove over here, or this localized thicket. I don't know, there's just been a sudden change in weather. It has become quite windy and quite cold all of a sudden, but at least the sun is still shining. Beautiful. Shame. They're just trying to shelter themselves. And this is exactly how animals try and shelter themselves. They'll get under the growth, under the thickets or inside the thickets, and just wait for the weather to pass. I don't think I have seen eland here before on this particular section, but just further south of us is sort of the Leeuwenbush Flats area, and they do hang around there. I have seen this group there before. Good afternoon, Brandy. I would say the most common antelope species in Amakhala would be probably red hartebeest. They're very, very common out here. Also blesbuck are fairly common, impala as well. And depending on the area that you're in, eland can also be quite common in numbers, but you'll need to definitely get into the correct areas for them. And then the antelope that is least seen on this game reserve, I would say, is Nyala antelope, and bushbuck are very tricky to see. And of course the common duiker, which we do sometimes see sort of in the evenings as the sun has gone down. We see them quite nicely, sometimes in the daytime too. But they get the nickname the 2-second antelope because you literally got 2 seconds to have a good look, and they run off and they're gone. And you can't mistake eland. Eland are very large antelope. Now the bulls have been recorded up to 900 kilograms, so it's a huge animal, almost same weight ratio as what a buffalo would be. That's a good way of thinking of it. BK, you see the red-billed oxpeckers and that one lying down there? There they are, 2 of them, red-billed oxpeckers. And then 2 on the other one as well. Very beautiful antelope. You can see how they're staring at us. And it's actually quite strange to see them just sitting even though we're here, because usually they'll get up and they'll move away. It's natural for them to move away. They're fairly a secretive antelope and very nervous by nature. Oh, good stuff. Some zebras. There's a few plain zebra coming in, and there's also a young foal there. Having a good look at the eland. Oh, shame. Still new to the world and very curious. Yeah, so you've got to try and imagine how cold this wind must be for even the zebras to start hugging these localized thickets here. They don't often do it because they become very, very vulnerable when they're in this position. But it makes a bit more sense because in winds like this, it does disturb their hearing. They can't hear properly, they can't smell properly, and they become nervous. And so just to get into places of security like here makes a bit of sense. You see how the zebras turn like that? So just beyond this thicket I could hear a zebra calling, and this group that we're looking at definitely heard it, and just making sure that it's not a threat that is being sort of announced. Yvette, afternoon. Thanks for your question. So Yvette, I'm sure, you know, follicles are going to sort of break away and land on the ground from time to time, but not shed. As in, like, you know, you have some animals that come out of a winter coat and they shed their fur, sort of trying to shed that undercoat, if you will. No, not with zebra. But from time to time, hairs may fall out, even from their tails, and we do pick them up every now and then. But I think a zebra would look very, very different without the mane. I wonder what Cedric thinks about that. If zebras didn't have manes, I think they would look very, very different. And that one zebra in there has got a really nice mane. It's really is erected. And of course it does indicate a very good condition with zebras. When they're in healthy condition, then the manes are in full erect like they are now. When they start to lose condition, you find that the mane starts to fall down a little bit and land on the neck. So there's a zebra here that's calling quite a bit here. It's definitely unhappy about something. What I think is happening is it's just the wind is making them very nervous, so they're sort of alarm calling for all sorts of things that may or may not be there. Just wonderful to see how green it is here with all these yellow flowers, and then of course the white thorns that are growing on those sweet thorn trees. Just a very pretty view here. And there they are, just looking at us very carefully through here. And it's just amazing that when we did arrive here, they were just about to shuffle and run off, and we switched the vehicle off, and they settled down, but not fully. Now in certain parts of Southern Africa and Africa as a whole, you can sometimes see Bushman art in the form of paintings and etchings and so on. And it's been noticed that Bushmen across the board, so you know the different types of Bushmen, they often illustrate eland in their artwork. And different books say different things, but what I've read is when eland die, you find that tears start to roll out the eyes, and it looks like they're crying. And Bushmen, they observe this, and they believe that their ancestors were inside this animal. And so a very, very respected animal, and often they would illustrate it on their etchings or their paintings, and you see this quite a bit. Now, I've only seen about 4 or 5 different Bushman art sites, and all of them had eland illustrated. Considered a very symbolic animal. You'll notice a red-billed oxpecker combing the body. And cleaning out the ears of the eland as well. I would imagine there are quite a few ticks on elands. Quite a big animal. Plenty of places to go for ticks, mainly around the armpits and the groin and inside the ears. So as uncomfortable as it must be, the eland need the oxpeckers very much. Okay, so those eland that are standing now, they've of course heard the zebra. It's been calling now 3 times while we've been here. So definitely investigate it, and maybe this afternoon there'll be something special around here, you never know. Also, one of the most impressive things you can see with eland is one of 2 things. One is when they jump. Eland, they jump very well, and they can actually jump about 2.5 meters from a sitting down position. 2.5 meters. So it's not the highest jumping antelope. Kudu will be the highest jumping antelope. They can easily jump over 3 meters. And the other thing is, when they run, they're just so powerful and so fit. Calvin, their speed, whoa. They would do around about, from what I've seen, around about probably 55, 60 kilometers an hour. And because of their endurance, they can run and run and run. And for them to run over a dune and across to the other dune and over the top and across to the other dune, it's not difficult for them. So whenever there are predators, they are built to pick up speed and keep that speed going and get out the area. And I have seen this a few times, and you just see the dust that's behind them, because they do kick up dust as they're going through, much like buffalo would. Not feeling too comfortable at all by the looks of it. You also might find that the wind might be blowing in smells of animals that are not necessarily in this vicinity, and it does cause confusion with the eland and any other antelope as well. Now the lions, they weren't seen in this part of the reserve. They're in the riverline in the, it's going to be the eastern side of the reserve, so quite far to our east, which is behind us. And so lions haven't come this way. So if there's any sort of smells that could be interpreted as a threat, I would reckon it is probably jackal, because this area has got quite a few jackal couples that are living around here. Nicole, they don't like it at all. Lightning and thunder scares most of the wildlife, and they will definitely become extremely nervous and then try and head towards cover. That's exactly what they would do. So our hearing, we can hear thunder and lightning depending of course how far it is, but for animals it's amplified so much more and it becomes a lot more loud in their ears. So I would imagine that if the lightning starts to sort of hit hard very close by, it would hurt their ears. And this goes for most of the wildlife. Nothing really likes to be out when it's thundering and lightning, because the risk of being struck is always there, and then fault fires are associated with lightning sometimes. And in my career I've known a few animals to be struck by lightning. One of the reserves, a rhino, got struck by lightning and passed away. And then I know of at least 3 giraffes in reserves that I have worked, and they got struck by lightning. There's the one just scratching the neck on that sweet thorn branch there. They're often using things in the environment to scratch on their body that they can't reach normally, like under the chin there and the neck. Good for removing ticks, but it also feels good. Matusi, that's a good question. Thanks for asking. So it depends on the environment and where they occur. So you have the plains game antelope, and then you have antelope that are sort of specialists in these thicker, denser environments. So the plains game, they're vulnerable. They're in the open environment and of course much more vulnerable to predation. And so males and females generally both have horns, so they can defend themselves, and the females can defend their young. And then these animals that are living in the denser, thicker environments, you find generally it's just the males that bear horns, not the females. Like kudu, and nyala, and bushbuck. And you'll also notice some species of antelopes are usually, in big herds, whereas some species of antelopes are not in big herds. And it also depends on the environment in which they're living. So the plains game, there's lots of space in the environment. They can socialize as a big group. And the open area definitely accommodating bigger groups of animals. But now those animals that are living in thicker, denser environments, there just isn't enough space for big groups. So for example, kudu, you usually see them in smaller groups, smaller pockets, sometimes even solitary, because of the nature of the denseness of the bush in which they live. It seems like most of the eland have moved off, and I think maybe these zebras are going to push on a little bit. Beautiful, isn't it? Looks almost pregnant, this one.
I think what's going to be nice is just taking a look nicely around the side. So yes, I agree with Andrew as well when it comes to the density of that certain species, on how many is going to be in that herd. It all depends on the environment. If you take a look here at Okakuyo, it's so open, it's so vast. Your herds of zebras, wildebeest, springbok, gemsbok, there are really huge herds around here. If you take a look at a herd of zebra now for instance at Djuma, it's more savanna woodlands. And with the savanna woodlands, of course, savanna woodlands is very much quite dense, and that's why your huge herds of zebras, you don't get that. You get maybe a small pocket of them in these small open clearings.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
I was just thinking about, Andrew, I think you got a question about animals being afraid of thunder and lightning. Definitely, I also fully agree. I think that is many times you'll see that some of them do just take a little bit of cover, point their backs into the direction where the rain is coming from, and making sure that they're actually kind of almost protecting their face from any kind of rain and that. And as well as not witnessed, but I know of 2 giraffe that were also same thing, struck by lightning many years ago in the Northern Sands. And what was quite interesting about that is that both giraffe, it was different times, I think it was like 2-3 years apart. But anyway, on top of that, it was interesting, even hyenas, we had hyena tracks around the giraffe, we had lion tracks around the giraffe, we had leopard tracks around the giraffe, of course the carcass, and nothing fed on it. So it was very interesting. So it just shows you something being electrocuted and all that. I don't know if Andrew had the same situation, but both of those giraffes that we know that was pretty much struck by lightning, nothing fed on it. Don't know why. Maybe the muscle changes because of the current that went through the muscle itself. It changes something, and it just seems like everything just left it as is. And apparently they say as well. So I've also got I've also heard of a story with a giraffe as well, unfortunately trying to go under power lines, or same thing, electrocuted, and same thing. And there was so many hyenas in the vicinity, lions, everything, and nothing touched it. Practically sniffed it and just went straight by. But wow, look at these zebras. Absolutely incredible, just watching all these zebras just coming down for a nice drink here. There's so many. That's why I was also explaining with that whole thing with the density of the environment and how big the herds will become, and actually how big these harems are. And so it can just shows you this herd of zebra. If you get a herd of zebra like this on Djuma, I think definitely that would be wonderful. But we usually get maybe, I've seen big herds. I've seen big herds on quarantine before. I'm talking about maybe 15 of them, 10, 15 of them, but nothing like at Okukuru. And it looks like one big striped blanket. It's sitting there. Sandra, yes, the young males in that, sometimes when they get pushed out by the stallion, you've definitely seen little bachelor herds of zebra. So usually the younger males they're not old enough to really compete for those harems, to kind of challenge the stallion that's holding the harem. And yes, so definitely they will form little bachelor herds and wander through the areas. They won't stay at one spot. You'll find usually the bachelor herds, they don't usually tend to stay very close to an area. They will kind of wander quite a bit, and you'll see them one day in an area, the next day they'll be completely on the opposite side of the reserve. So those little bachelor herds do move quite a bit. So I think also a big reason for that is they don't want to hang back where there's no competition, or there is competition. So they would rather go to a place where they can maybe form and gather their own harem one day. So, and they do move quite a bit. And you always know how to distinguish a male with a female zebra. If I can try and get a close up here, I'll see if I can show you which one is which. If I can steady my hand on this camera. Alright, so the one in the center frame there. That's a female. Now if you can see on the side of the tail, see the blackness, see how thick that black is, pretty much underneath the tail. The same as the one on the left hand side as well. Very, very thick. If you got it like a male zebra, that black under the tail will be very thin. So it will be more white than black. But with a female, very thick black line under the tail between the two bumps. Let's see if I can pick up a male. Sometimes you'll find Male zebras as well, they are a little bit, I can say, a little dirtier than the females because they do a lot of dust bathing. Females do that as well, but males more so, especially if it's a stallion and he's got his home. He always really kind of makes sure that he's dust bathing, keeping himself. And we say dust is dirty, but for them, dust is clean. And I think this, let me see if I can pick up on a nice male or something. I think I've got one on the frame, but no, just to get it there. I think that might also be a female. Wow, there's a lot of stripes. There's a lot of stripes. Now you can understand how a lion can get that confused when he singles out one. You can imagine a lion running and choosing one, and all of a sudden they run together in so many stripes all over the show. It becomes quite confusing, and it becomes a bit of a confusing state for the lion. Let me see, I've got the one in the picture there at the moment. No, don't go. No, okay, it's going. I think I'm also getting confused myself. Yeah, definitely. I think a zebra kick is the same if you think about a horse. I mean, a horse, if that horse kicks you or kicks an animal just perfect in the temple or something, that definitely can end up fatal. And I've seen zebras kicking each other, and it's not how can I say, easy play. It's quite rough, and it sounds even when it kicks each other, and when the hoof hits the other one, it sounds like quite a thump. So if the zebra positions just right and kicks that animal just right in the head, it definitely can become fatal. I'm not too sure on the side of the body, maybe nothing like that, more on the head. That's where the issue would come in. You can imagine a little steenbok walking behind a zebra, and that zebra has to kick the steenbok. And then almost it would be like a rugby ball. And the little steenbok will go flying. So that would be pretty. No, but that one loses its tail. You need to lose your tail, buddy. And we got to... Oh, it's got half a tail. Oh. Yeah, go back there. It's maybe a little bit of a... Half the tail's missing, a little short tail. It's not going to be too much of a disadvantage for that zebra. The only disadvantage for that zebra having a little tail like that is, of course, flies. So now it hasn't got a real fly swatter. So usually the flies are irritating it, not irritating the zebras. They usually always use their tails from side to side, swatting the flies away. But if you've got a half a tail or a third of a tail, I'm sure that's not going to help too much. Maybe it's just a third. Just a third left there. A lot of them are looking that way. I want to see what's happening a little bit up. Why are they staring in that direction? Is there something coming down? Is something bothering them? No. I thought there was. I think maybe it's just because of this other herd of a zebra that's coming down to the left. Be a little jackal coming into the area again. It was very funny. You got a little jackal coming through. All of a sudden, everything runs. I'm not too comfortable with jackals. You're talking about zebras and the kicks, and it can actually really injure something. I was just thinking about it now. There was an amazing video that somebody took of where the female zebra with the little foal were just walking, and a leopard tried to grab the foal, but the female, of course, chased that leopard all around. For the leopard tried to come back again, but unfortunately the mother was just on the leopard's case, and then eventually that leopard did come back, and then that female zebra gave it a proper kick. But it wasn't a fatal kick, but it was a kick that pretty much the leopard realized that this is something that he doesn't want to play around with, and he moved on. So he thought that was not going to be a good opportunity for them. So it just shows you, it's really, and when it comes to kicking, and then you come to an animal like a giraffe, and now that is a kick of note. I mean, a giraffe can really put a proper punch in, and that could also be quite fatal. So I'm just trying to look again to the one side. As I said, there is a lot of animals just staring into the one direction. I don't know what has happened here. In. Oh, okay, not that way. Let's see if I can go up. There's no springbuck. Okay, there's something else there. Yeah, it looks like a lot of the springbuck is pretty much taking shelter under this tree. You can see it all in the shade. And he's definitely sweltering out that side. It just looks pretty hot. Andrea, which animal in the bush has the biggest brain? I think I'll guess to body size. What are you going to say? Animal, mammal, anything, insect included? Well, apparently I heard that the jumping spider's got the biggest brain in body ratio. So, a jumping spider? That's what I heard. But other than that, if it's a sorry to do what? In comparison to? Yeah, well, that's a spider. I think a spider, you wouldn't think that's the jumping spider's got a big brain, but it has. Per body ratio. And well, yeah, it's elephants. Well, the elephant is quite a large mammal, so of course I'm sure the brain size is going to be quite huge. Oh, look, there's quite a dust storm at the background. A bit of a little tornado that's happening there, so it looks like a lot of wind that's coming through. But yeah, we're coming to that. I mean, the elephant is very intelligent. The same as you go to your primates, your monkeys, your baboons. I mean, they've got quite large brains as well. So it's all to do with also a lot of the intelligence side of things. I don't think antelopes have got. I think antelopes and zebra and giraffe, they got large brains, but I don't think it's as for body ratio wise, it's going to be what can I say, incredible like your primates and like your elephants. But other than that, yeah, that's difficult to say exactly which one's got the biggest brain to body ratio. So I just know of the jumping spider, and they're quite intelligent. Yeah, I just see something coming up the side, so I just thought I saw an elephant. As we were talking about the elephant, I thought I might have seen something coming down. Really not. can't believe I just had one elephant here for the morning. Well, it was a brief visit by that elephant. And I thought maybe with this weather would have been definitely a few more coming down to Okakuyo. Again, is there an animal that has a call that scares me? Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. I think depends on what call. If it's like going to be a aggressive call, definitely. I mean, on foot, I've had lions growling at me, so I've had on foot with leopards, like kind of huffing and puffing and gasping and spitting at me. So yeah, there's certain things like that sometimes it can become very hair-raising. I think, especially when you're on foot, because then you know you're way more vulnerable on foot. But if it's sitting like, for instance, say for instance we're sitting in a boma and having a nice little braai barbecue inside the boma at night time, everything's pitch black, a couple of lanterns around, and I think an animal that will kind of a very airy call to me is a blackback jackal. I think a blackback jackal's got that very airy call, and I think it's one of those ones, if I have to be walking in the bush or something at night time and I hear that in a distance, I think that is definitely one of the ones that will give me some goose flesh. So yeah. He wants me to imitate the call. You can't do that to me now. No. I don't know how it'll sound, yeah, but it'll sound terrible, I'm sure. But I can try. I can definitely give it a go, and then I'll definitely ask. I'm sure Andrew and then we'll try and give. I'll kind of, how can I say, ask them to give their best imitation. But let me try mine. Okay, so it goes. I actually hear myself echoing in the background. So yeah, but oh, look at this dust coming through. Not bad at all. Well, the dust that is, of course. A lot of wind. And right to the camera, right past the camera. But yes, definitely I think that call for me is always quite airy. It's always one of those things that you don't want to... Well, you do want to hear it. I love it. I actually enjoy it more, but it is scary. It's the same as the barn owl. So if you've got to listen to a barn owl has also got that, so it's also at night time flying around, and the barn owl is quite widely distributed and all that all over. And if you actually hear a barn owl coming past and you hear that's like almost like a screech, it screeches. It doesn't call normally. It's like more of a screech, and it's also very kind of, it's like a horror movie noise. That if you think about a horror movie, it's a barn owl. Well, if anybody has got their, how can I say, scariest call, let us know, please. Let us know. What do you think is a call that will put some shivers down your spine?
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
I'm just framing up on some elephant dung that's pretty much lying here. And if I can get a little bit closer, but you can understand why elephants have to pretty much feed around about 30% of their body weight. 5% of their body weight, because it's about 30% gets utilized, 70% gets passed through. So if you look in an elephant's dung and you break it open, you always find little twigs and leaves and grasses, everything inside there has been passed through. So that's why that elephants have to at least eat about 85% of their 24-hour day, have to be feeding and consuming as much as possible. And they cannot be too picky on what they're feeding on. So from a whole variety of vegetation. As well as if you're thinking about a big male, about 6-ton male elephant, he has to eat around about, they say, 250 to 300 kilograms of vegetation per day. And what passes through, it's about 150 kilograms. Go out here. Let's take a look and see if we can find anything else aside. Well, if anybody is interested and keen, let's if you want to do a Fast 5 with me, please do so. Send me any questions that you want me to answer. Anything, and I will try and answer it as quick as possible. So if you want to do a Fast 5 with me, more than welcome. You can do it. It comes from a borehole, so I'll just show you quickly. There is this little inflow that's at the bottom of the pan that's closest to us now. There's a lot of little rocks there, and of course there's a pipe there. So what happens is they will pump borehole water into this pan, and of course this pan will pretty much hold the water for as long as possible, and of course it's a good water source for the animals to come down. That's why it's so busy. Even in your driest times, I'm sure this pan has got water, so it is an ideal place for animals to come back and forth to get their drink on there. So, but it's all borehole. So sometimes these boreholes can be dug deep. I know in the sands there's some of the boreholes that go up to about 180 to 200 meters down underground to get there, to gather some water up for the lodges and all that, which is incredible. 180 to 200 meters is deep. It's so deep. And I remember many years at one of the lodges many years ago, we used to pool. So sometimes what happens is that the pump itself or the motor on the pump is actually burns out, and then we have to pull that entire motor up and the pump itself. And pulling that 180 meter pipe with a huge pump at the bottom in the bush, it becomes quite interesting. And it does definitely quite interesting, but it is quite a job on its own to kind of get these rims where you put the pipe over a rim and then you use the rim as like a spin-off for the pipe, so it doesn't break the pipe at all. So it can be quite interesting, but yeah, they can go really deep to get some water for these pans. Lenny. No, unfortunately I haven't been up that side to the cheetah conservation project. I have been to the one there in Hoedspruit, or just outside Hoedspruit area, so it's actually close to us. I have been to that one, but I haven't been to the one in Namibia. I would love to go. I mean, any area for the conservation projects and research on especially in animals that's becoming endangered and threatened. It's always good just to go learn more and go and see what those projects are all up to and all about. So I'd love to go to the one up in Namibia. One day. I've only been to Namibia once. I've only been there in 2011, 2012. I went with a few friends from the sands itself. So we all kind of was a few guides that actually went up that side and did just a typical Sosas Vlei. Actually started at the bottom of Namibia, a place called Aus. And it was very nice. We got to see wild horses there, which is nice. It's always nice to see wild horses. Went to Aus, and then we went further up north to Sosas Vlei, and then to Swakopmund area, which was very, very, very nice. Interesting area. And Namibia is a beautiful country. It's definitely on my bucket list to go and do a trip around Namibia and spend much more time there. We were talking about horses. The zebra's kicking just now. This looks like this one wasn't too happy and almost kicked his friend in the face there. But also still talking about even those cheetah conservation programs, the one in Hoedspruit and that. It definitely does really well because they do pretty much put them back into the wild again, and they actually kind of just make sure that that system works right. So when they do introduce them back into the reserves, that it will actually it thrives into those areas. But yeah, it's definitely fantastic projects. Iona, what's my favorite Australian animal? Whoa. A dingo? Maybe those dingoes. They've got dingoes outside. Apparently, they are quite crazy canines in Australia. But that's why I love those koala bears as well. They are absolutely amazing. But I'm not too familiar with Australian animals. I haven't been that side. Or even maybe the saltwater crocodile. Can you imagine the saltwater crocodile? Anything that attacks a great white shark, I respect, because that's amazing, because it's so huge. And so saltwater crocodile, definitely, I think that must be quite a thing to see. Definitely, I do not want to encounter one of them. But definitely quite an incredible predator. So yeah, there's a few things, but as I said, I haven't seen any of those things in first hand. So but I think Australasia, so they've got very interesting animals and spiders and snakes and everything that wants to kill you. So yeah, I think it's I think every spider and snake there is venomous. That was also something that well, snakes I don't mind, but I think the spiders that side, I definitely do not want to have them around me. Let's take a look. It's going to go a little bit to the left. Still got little dab chicks, so little grebes with, of course, the Egyptian geese that's still hanging around here. I just want to find out, is it a black-necked grebe or is it the little grebe? Because the black-necked grebe seems like it actually should be more in groups, but I might be mistaken. I would like to know if anybody knows more about these two little ones on the side here. I'm sure it looks like a black-necked grebe to me, but not this. Oh, there goes a nice pied crow that just flew past. Nice pied crows, yeah? Pretty much pied crow. Of course, you can see that beautiful white collar and white ring, like a scarf that's just wrapped around its neck. Yeah, we need pied crows up there at Juma as well. And we need pied crows up there at Madikwe. Pied crows everywhere. It looks like the black-neck grebe. Much darker compared to the little grebe. Alright, I'm going to just pretty much zoom out again. I just want to take a look. I want to make sure I'm not going to miss any. I'm still hoping that we're going to find some elephants. Jade, do grebes have any courtship display? Oh, Jade, I will not know that. I don't know. I haven't seen any courtship displays by the little grebe. This is pretty much the first time I've seen black-neck grebes. I'm not sure about them. Little grebes, as we'll say, we don't see them too much as well. So when it comes to courtship display, I'm sure they will have some kind of courtship display. I know that they fan out. I think the male fans out his head, or the feathers around his around his neck and head area, and actually makes himself look almost more roundish. I think that is the case. I'm just thinking of certain things that I've seen before on pictures and that, and actually how beautiful they look when they fan out those feathers. So is that the courtship display? I'm not too sure, but it could be. Could be. So. Just taking a look here. No. Right. I think I might just try and focus on those little grebes, all those black-neck grebes. I think they're so cute. Oh, zebra's just got a fright. I think they got a little bit of fright in those ravens that just came in there. Looks like most of the animals have now pushed off from the water. Looks like they're heading a little bit further. I'm sure for maybe getting out there for the last afternoon feed on the grasses and everything before they do go and rest for the evening. But for now, it looks like a lot of them have moved off. And a couple of springboks are still enjoying the last bit of water here for the afternoon as well. Don't see what they're doing. Well, it looks like they're just staring at themselves or staring at their reflections. There's still a bit of a breeze coming through there. You can still see now and again that breeze. It's still coming. Well, I'm hoping that it's going to be cooling everything down that side as it was so hot. So I wonder if it's just going to help the animals a little bit, and maybe that's why they're making their way a little bit further in. Yeah, you can see quite a bit of the dust far in the background. A lot of the dust has been picked up by the wind. Looks like we've got a lonely blacksmith lapwing here. Earlier we had a whole flock of blacksmith lapwings this side. Blackwings. Put 2 in 1 there. But yeah, very nice as you see. Just the one this side, but I think this morning we saw at least, I think it was about almost 9-10 of them together. Which I hardly ever see. I mean, I don't really get to see so many together at Djuma. They usually always be in pairs or a pair with a couple of young chicks or something like that, but this morning was quite a few of them all flying together. You can see that dust, see that wind coming through. Well, as busy as it was during the daytime here at Okokoyo, it just seems like everything has now settled down quite a bit. And I'm sure that maybe this afternoon, late afternoon, I'm hoping for something like maybe some elephants, even that black rhino to come down to the pan itself, which would be fantastic. Sorry, my volume was down there. Sorry, go with that one again, Tidibu. So, Kyle, the difference between a reptile and an amphibian. Alright, well, Kyle, okay, a reptile. Alright, a reptile is pretty much, reptiles have scales. That's the first thing. The reptiles, they do have like little scales on them, like your lizards, your geckos, your skinks. They have all little scales on them. And also their skin is pretty much dry most of the time with your reptiles. You'll find that the amphibians, their skin is often moist and got more like a mucus kind of a layer on top of their skin, which keeps them from drying up. So of course they do not have really much the same skin type at all. So also, like, if you think about reptiles as well, reptiles can be like snakes, crocodiles, turtles, lizards, all those things. That's all your reptiles. And amphibians, your frogs, your toads. It's all pretty much a class under the Amphibiae family. So it's quite a huge variety, and they also use a huge variety of habitat as well, the amphibians. And most species as well living within like the terrestrial area, and you'll find in like freshwater, aquatic ecosystems. It's a lot of your amphibians will pretty much utilize that. Of course, your reptiles will tend to also utilize trees, not most of the time in the water areas, but of course to get certain things like on Nile monitors, they don't mind. That's just pretty much built for the freshwater areas and that. So, but it's nice that a lot of the amphibians at the moment are coming out, a lot of them, especially with a lot of the rainy seasons coming through. So you get a lot of the things like your leaf-folding frogs, your reed frogs, your painted reed frogs, banded rubber frogs, Cassinas, a lot of them. So definitely, I think frogging at this time for the amphibians itself, I think frogging is fantastic. I always believe in taking something like your gumboots, and if you want to go and look for frogs, grab like a gumboots, grab a book, or grab just maybe an app, a frog app, and go into those marshy areas and just go and listen out for the frogs. Sometimes you always hear them before you see them by far. Finding them, it is very, very tricky. So I'd rather take something that's got like a call, a frog call, or a toad calls, and take that app with, and just play it over and over, so you just can see which frog or toad or amphibian is busy calling. And then you can start doing frogging, you can start ticking them off, and just take a look and see if you find them in the area, the same area, because they get certain, like your sand frogs as well, so you get different sand frog species, but they sound the same. They sound so similar. So you've got to make sure that you're actually looking at the right one and get that certain species in that particular area. I know that there in the Djuma we get that Russell sand frogs that pretty much hang around a lot in those riverbeds inside the Molawati drainage line. So you find those like those Nile monitors, the reptiles, digging them up, trying to get to them, same as your honey badgers. I love it. But it is always nice, great time of the year. But yes, while we are going to continue just looking around here at Okokwe, I'm hoping for some big grey animals coming through. Let's head over to Lauren in Madikwe.
We have got a lot to update you on. We just experienced a fluke thunderstorm. It just came out of nowhere, and then everything got wet, mostly us. But it passed quite quickly and you would just never know. Literally never know what happened. I don't think it was enough water to really soak the ground, but there you have it. Something spooked all of our animals. It was a stampede like I've never seen before. Zebras and wildebeest running on either side of the car. It was actually really quite something. So we've turned a corner to actually see what spooked them, and I can't see anything. It could easily be each other. Once one gets spooked, they all get spooked. And all we could find round the corner were kudus who don't really look alarmed at all. And we're still in the same area, and that's one area where we've seen all these different species today. It's really quite something. Sharon, I guess they would. I don't know what you mean by scare off. I mean, if they spotted a snake, they would definitely run away, for sure. But the snake probably wouldn't actively do anything other than slither on by. But absolutely, most mammals, especially those that can get hurt by a snake, will react to a snake out here. But sadly, everyone's wandered off. I don't know whether to just quickly do a U-turn and see what's happening just round the bend. I've never had that many wildebeest and zebra run so close to my car, but I'm also just scanning up here. I never know. This is leopard country in Madikwe. It was either a fake spook or a real spook. We don't know, but the birds started alarm calling as well. But I'm sure as we turn the corner, everything will have returned to normal with our zebras and our wildebeest. Let's see. So much Olivia, I'm desperate to put a Klipspringer on screen. And it's going to be a quick link for me when I eventually do get one. There's a kudu over there that still looks alarmed. We are going to have to make a change of plan. everyone has disappeared for now, so I'm just going to... Can you get any nice views from here, Davy, of the outcrop?
Not really.
Okay, well, we are just going to show you some sort of view. Just moments ago, there were tons of wildebeest, zebra, impala, some kudu, and warthog. I wondered if there really was a threat. Especially after the rain. The rain would have woke predators up. They'd want to start moving after the rain, especially if they're wet. Shake all that water off. No one wants to sit in a wet, soggy puddle and just be wet and have sort of rain on your matted fur. No, you're going to want to walk. You're not going to want to get mobiles. I think there actually was a predator, or there is a predator. Will we ever find it in this terrain? No, that's another question. Might be leopard, might not. It could be so many other things. Okay, we're going to sit and listen for a little bit longer. I had all the animals in the world and now I have none, but what an afternoon it has been, and you guys are going to pop back over to Cedric.
Yes, thank you so much, Lauren. Yes, it's amazing how quickly things can change up, and one moment you've got everything in on screen, and the next moment everything has disappeared. But yes, definitely Okakoyo still has a couple of springbok that's still roaming the area. I've got one lonely gemsbok in the background, and also earlier the same thing happened as well. A lot of them, all of a sudden, they look to the left of the screen, and I tried to look to see what they were seeing, and the next moment they all slowly but surely just started moving away. So, but I couldn't see much. It was a very strange thing of this single female kudu that's just now heading into the distance here. And usually the kudus will always hang around, but she looks quite white. She looks pregnant to me. Looks like she might be dropping a calf very soon. So definitely that female, she's even walking with a bit of a swagger. And I think maybe because that big belly of hers. So yeah. And you can see she's struggling to get through this whole area. But as I said, with the kudus, when it comes to kudus and female kudus, they very much family orientated, so you usually saw the females together, unless the others might be tucked away in the shade where those springbucks are. So I'm not too sure, but I'll just follow. But it's strange that she is just ambling along, all lonesome. Where are you going, Bill? Where's your family members? And I love it. I love watching them, especially with those big ears. And when you get to see them, and they're actually all pointing in one direction. So, for instance, if they see a predator, those ears have got phenomenal sense of hearing. So, and it's just always in the thickets. And most of the time, they are in the thick vegetation because they are strictly browsers. So they're pretty much always going for things like the tambua tea tree leaves. That's fantastic. And of course the bush willows. And so they're always close to the drainage lines and in those little kind of riverine areas. So in the thick stuff. So having a good sense of hearing is very important for them, because if you're in the thick stuff, you're not going to see it, but you're going to hear it. So very important. Alright, looks like she's just waddled off to the east of the screen. And a lot of wind.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
Alright, it looks like that female kitty has now completely disappeared from us. And now we've got just a lonely hensbok in the distance, and well, a couple more springbucks that's just coming down for a drink. But this Egyptian geese has been sitting on this rock the entire morning. Definitely nice or elevated Egyptian geese. It was one of my things on the bingo board is an elevated Egyptian geese. And I think this one is definitely elevated on a rock. If I had the bingo board, yeah, definitely I would have put that mark down. Yes, Susan, definitely there's some fantastic things happening. I think Okokwe with all those zebras at one stage are coming down. Loads and loads of wildebeest and springbuck. Yes, Susan, definitely Escape to Nature has been wonderful once again this morning. Especially with even with Lauren at Madikwe, she had those amazing warthogs, that female warthog with little three little piglets playing around, which was it was quite funny and entertaining. And as well that eagle that she had, I still think it's the lesser spotted eagle, and not the steppe eagle, but I might be wrong. As I said, I looked back on that, it looked like the gape was quite far back, and that's typical with the lesser spotted eagle. The gape of the mouth heads pretty much almost at the beginning of the eye. And you take a vertical line down from the eye. And it seemed like that, but yeah, fantastic. And of course, Andrew then Amakala. So once again had fantastic eland, and he had the buffaloes, a nice herd of buffaloes. But unfortunately, it looks like they were hit by quite a storm in the Eastern Cape. I'm glad that Andrew and BK came out there all dry and healthy, and they survived that storm. Yes, and also thank you. I'm sure all of us says thank you so much for all the amazing questions. It has been tricky for me this morning with Okokwe, because there's a lot of new things here for me. So it is always nice just to kind of dig deep and try and fathom out the answers of the amazing questions that you did send through to us, and as well as all the nice comments. We definitely do appreciate it, and I'm hoping that we could answer as many things as possible and correctly. But if not, it's always nice just to go and open the book and just go and do a little bit of reading on certain things that is new to me this side, so definitely it's always nice to know. But yeah, it's always nice just to spend time with Escape to Nature. That's the whole idea of Escape to Nature, just to enjoy the tranquility of nature, the beauty of nature, and how nature works, and how we can just be part of it and actually just watch what's happening around these certain locations. And it's nice, and it's just everything is so as natural as possible. But yeah, thank you so much, and please make sure that you stay tuned, as Penguin Beach will be following suit, and hoping that you are going to get some amazing sightings that side from all of us. Bye.